Fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy night.
But tell me, Eddie, is that a rabbit in your pocket, or you just happy to see me?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to what I hope is like at least one of the last times we talk about this shit.
Until next season.
Until next season, like I said in my last breakdown stream, I will likely be still covering any news articles leading season, but for the most part, we have a reprieve. We'll have at least a reprieve until season 2, and it looks to be the earliest for season 2 premiere will be like the second half of 2024. So we at least have that. As of now, I mean, it could be pushed up if they film scenes faster. I don't know, but yeah, this is a funeral pyre of sorts. Basically, Arc of Souls in mind, like overall thoughts for the entirety of the season, not going into specific episodes, but the characters, the scenarios, and what will be the bulk of our rant, the lore breaking. Because, so I'm not saying I would accept this. I'm not saying I would accept this, but at the same time, it's like gun to my head. If I were to choose between boring and egregious lore breaking, I would choose boring. Because at least maybe they'd be putting in somewhat of an effort, but they basically threw out anything, even the timeline, anything they had, and this is what we're getting. This is what we got. And it's going to continue into season 2. But before I say hello to the chat, and before we get into our, and I actually have a list, so we're not exactly all over the place, as I was talking to Arc of Soul behind the scenes.
The mighty list.
Yes, Arc of Soul. Let everybody know where they can find that fun stuff.
What's going on, guys? My name is Arcasul. You can find me on Twitter, which is @Arcasul, and on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/Arcasul, as well as my own YouTube, which is also Arcasul. That's ARKASULE on everything. Yes. So, and thank you for dropping the links, Trey Courtney. I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, he's on.
And like what you just said, gun to your head. If I had to choose between egregious lore breaking and just plain boring, I would have to choose boring too.
Yeah.
I've given I've done episodes 1, 2, and 3. I've released those reviews on my channel. I have been working on episode 4 and 5 reviews for about 3-4 weeks now. It's so difficult to review these shows. When you do it, like, just sit down and you're by yourself and you don't have somebody to bounce your ideas off of and your rants off of, it's very difficult to review a crappy show like this. But I only have 3 reviews, and what we're going to do is later on, I believe tomorrow, we are going to review episodes 4 to 8. We're just going to do the rest of them, just going to have one gigantic live stream review. I don't care if it's like you talk about the algorithm of YouTube, like videos and live streams, like which one does better. I don't care. I'm just going to get it out. That way I have closure on the first season. So expect that tomorrow sometime. And we're going to do 4 to 8. And the honest opinion that I have, you're going to get a sneak peek here. We're going to be hitting the high notes. So if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and hitting the sub over there and turning on the notification bell. That way you are prepared for my 4-episode review tomorrow. But as you said, Mara,
Mhm.
it is really boring. Very boring.
Like the first 3 are like boring, and I deleted my what I was using to watch the episodes and review them pretty much. So I can't remember exactly when they introduced the start the massive lore breaking when it came to Mithril, but like the first 2 episodes. Now I'm gonna say hello to the chat. I'm gonna go through everyone who's here. Like the first 2 episodes were just indifference. I'm like and people were trying to excuse it as much as possible. It's like, it's like, oh, it's just the first 2 episodes and so forth. You gotta give it a chance. You gotta give it a chance. And I'm like, as someone who grew up watching when I was younger a lot of television, when shows were actually good, they're supposed to bring you in the first episode. Like if they don't catch you the first episode, or even just to stretch it out a little bit, the second one, you shouldn't be feeling indifference. You should be wanting to continue on in the series. So, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, first episode, like hooked me, and I was like just not stuck, but like watching that show throughout its entirety, pretty much. And most every other show that I watch, if it didn't get me the first episode, I'm not going to watch the second one. But now we've gotten to a point where it's like, it's not genuine defense of the series. It's more or less like
it's gone from don't be so harsh on a series on the first episode. It's don't be so harsh until you've seen the first season. Don't be so harsh until you've been binge watched the first season. Like that is the first season is now the first episode. Like you're saying, the first episode is supposed to hook you in. It's supposed to make you think like, oh, this has potential. I would like to spend more time watching this. But now it's, oh, the first season was halfway okay. Let me wait 2 years for this next season. That's probably going to be either just as bad or worse than the first season.
Well, if they continue, they don't like. They still. I'll show you the art. We'll end with like the articles, but they're still going into the trying to gaslight us, and that it's an adaptation. I'm like, you don't know what that word means, because even in the articles themselves, they'll still point out the fact that Amazon and the showrunners do not have access to the actual second age histories, basically stories.
And
only the
appendices. That is a very important.
Yeah, only the appendices. So it's like you can't adapt the appendices. It's like trying to adapt the footnotes. Those are just there to kind of, I guess, flesh out certain things or just to add certain things. But for the most part, when you adapt, you're adapting the actual work, and they can't do that. But you still have the shills and the Access Media, and as people point out, they're the biggest defenders of this season. It's the Access Media, basically saying, "Oh, it's an adaptation." I'm like it's like Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. I'm like, they're not comparable. And yes, Jackson did take liberties, but it wasn't like a complete diversion from the actual Lord of the Rings books.
How about this? We'll take the running times. We got about 4.5 hours of content from Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, the theatrical run. About. If they were right around
like between 4 and 5 hours, give or take, but between 4, roughly.
We got 8 hours of content from this first season alone. Now notice the lore inaccuracies and the complete revision of lore between the two. There were hardly any lore inaccuracies from Peter Jackson's. There were so many to count that I can't count them from this Rings of Power show. And on top of that, Peter Jackson respected Mithril. Peter Jackson respected the elves.
Yeah.
This Rings of Power does not. This Rings of Power completely changes the origin story. I use that term loosely, but the origin story of Mithril. Instead of being created by Aule at the start of the universe, at the start of Arda, it's just it's light infused rock because an elf apparently was so good that apparently elves can dump their light into a tree, and a Balrog can dump its darkness into a tree. But wait, they're gonna have a cop out because Elrond, half Elven, goes ahead and says that that's apocryphal. So Gilgalad believes in the story, but Elrond does not. And they're gonna quote that. They're gonna say that Elrond believes that it's apocryphal, and not a lot of elves believe that. But Gilgalad does. And so that means you've murdered Gilgalad's character by making him believe something that's just plain false.
Yeah. But it still even like went with the whole like Mithril is actually connected to the elves because you see I'm gonna say hello to the chat, but you actually see a leaf being healed because it's next to a piece of Mithril. That leaf that's basically been like, you know, throughout the entirety of the season linked to the elves' time on Middle Earth being short is probably like a generous way of putting it, basically. But they're at like the whole premise is we have to figure out a way to stay on Middle Earth, otherwise we're either going to die or we have to just leave and go to Valinor. Pretty much is the extent. And and it's just basically it's again continues throughout the season, even with the taking certain things away from Celeborn. We're going to talk about this and giving it to like Elrond or other characters and things about Celebrimbor's personality or his relationships.
Right.
Anyway, so I'd say hello to the chat. So I don't forget because I see people talking and I see bow sets. I guess you like my thumbnail, so thank you so much. Teresa, hello, good to see you. Trey, what's up? Sunny May, here we go again. Hopefully for the last time for a long while. At least talking about the series itself. Master Chief, hello, good to see you. I see Fuck Norris, hello, good afternoon. You're at work, got called in after 6 hours of sleep, so I'm here instead of relaxing. Oh, well, I'm hoping I don't stress you out too much while you're at work. Well, it looks like it's the case, pretty much, yes. But yeah, we're gonna talk about the Harfoots, and even their presence is lore breaking, pretty much.
Ugh.
Thank you for it's a drooling super sticker. Thank you so much, Gravy. Phil, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, it's post-mortem, pretty much. And there's Roberto's like, rant. Don't worry, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into the rants. Scandrel, hello. Hey, people, good to see you. Janderson will be free from this curse for 2 years. Yes. Roughly 2 years will be free from this curse.
It really is a nice little reprieve.
Yeah. What I can't understand is the meaningless changes they made. Like, why didn't they portray the elves with long hair? Why did they change the Numenorians' reasoning to hate the... I'm saying, like, you know, it's a lot of it. A lot of it is meaningless. A lot of it is meaningless. And for the Numenorians, like, that right there was identity politics.
Mm-hmm.
That right there was identity, like, pure and simple. Because there was no reason, no legitimate reason, when basically all they'd have to do would be to look up, like, Numenorians, things like that, and say, hey, like, this is the reason why they don't like the elves. And that's really because the elves just live long. They were jealous of the elves' immortality. But they couldn't have that, so they had to add, because, again, I did covered videos and about articles and so forth leading up to the series premiere and how they wanted to insert modern-day sociopolitics into this season. And they did that with that animosity. Particularly that, like, one episode. And then after that, they kind of forget about it. Pretty much. So, at least until second season. So, I have no idea. Can't stop ranting. Well, yes. It's like bad smell that won't budge. Yeah. Yeah, one good thing. Yeah, Cobra Kai. First episode. I was hooked. Because they showed us where both Johnny and Daniel were. And then introduced new characters. But the focus was on Johnny and Daniel.
Yep.
That's how you do it. You hook people in because that's what people wanted to see. Where are the two main characters from the original Karate Kid movie? I'll make sure I don't miss anybody. The whole show's a stone. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Darth Praxis, good to see you. So, afternoon, everyone. No worries. Don't worry. No worries. They made orcs KKK vampires after people bitching about orcs.
Exactly.
You bring that up about the, like, how people on Twitter particularly are equating orcs with the minorities, black people, and then you get to the episode where Galadriel, who's a white woman, is talking about ethnically cleansing Middle Earth of said minorities. Pretty much. They didn't think that through, did they?
When we get to the orc sections, I got a lot to say about that. Because orcs, like Morgoth, Sauron, Gothmog, all of the well, you only had one Ainur, which is Morgoth, and then you had several Maiar that followed Morgoth. All of those, yes, they are the big baddies. And then you had the Nazgul, which were mortal men that were changed. Yes, those are the big baddies if you want to look at it that way. But the main villain is the orcs. The main that's the whole that is the force that you're fighting. That is the force of evil right there, is the orcs. And yes, you have the trolls and the wargs and everything else, but what is the overwhelming number of enemies that you saw Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli fighting, and you saw Merry and Pippin fighting, and then you saw Frodo and Sam infiltrate their territory and walk amongst? What was it? It was orcs. So when we get to orcs, I got a lot to say.
Because I included, I added to the list. So we'll talk about orcs when we get to the Southlanders, because that's when we're introduced to them.
Right.
Is when we're introduced to the, again, non-canonical villages, non-canonical characters that, spoiler alert, become Mordor. I was like, oh my god.
I'm getting a headache just thinking about it.
Yeah, but anyway. All right. So basically, like I said, I have a list. So basically, first thing we're going to do is, which we've kind of started doing, and that is just giving our overall thoughts for this season. And I'm gonna let Arcosol kind of like elaborate on his overall feelings from episodes 1 through 8, pretty much. Like lore breaking aside, so forth. Like, what are your overall thoughts with how the characters are introduced or anything like that, the plot itself and everything? But
okay,
Spice and Ass Girls. Sorry.
So let's see. Episodes 1 to 3. Very boring, as we said. I believe that characters are introduced very sloppily. They're just like, oh, and look at this fancy-looking person in very cheap clothing. Shows Celebrimbor. Shows Elrond. Like, when they introduced Elrond, he is lazily sitting in a tree, writing a script for Gil-galad to read. Instead of
I called it Dear Diary. Like Dear
yes,
Diary.
The Dear Diary. Here's what I'm going to have Gil-galad say. And it's yes, that may have been one of his duties, but as I pointed out, I believe I pointed it out in my review, Gil-galad was the High King of the Noldor. He would have known how to speak to his people. He would have spoken to his people with power and with confidence. He wouldn't have had to have some younger elf read for him. And also, on that point, Elrond was several thousand years old at this point, or should have been, if following lore accuracy.
Well,
so
yeah,
Elrond,
and Galadriel's supposed to be older than him.
Yeah.
So, like, they don't look. It's the reverse.
It's the reverse. And so, every single elf that is several thousand years old acts like they're teenagers. Even Gil-galad. Gil-galad acts like an angry 30-year-old. That's what he acts like.
Yeah.
I remember Untamed Mando, when we were going over like the spoiler, like, well, not spoilers, but like the articles talking about the upcoming Rings of Power series, you know, all of those wonderful articles. We called Gil-galad Angry Caesar.
Well, yeah, that's what he looks like.
So,
but I'd call him an angry, boring Caesar, because at least Caesar had personality, and like Gil-galad put me to sleep.
None. He has no personality. So, a quick overview: they have butchered Galadriel's character the most of all. Then they have neutered Elrond. They have destroyed Gil-galad's kingly nature. They have reduced Celebrimbor from being one of the strongest lords and one of the greatest smiths to just being a scheming and sneaky politician.
Yeah,
they have destroyed the narrative that Numenor was a prestigious nation. They have ruined Numenor for being a nation of strength. And now they're fear. They're warmongering, fear-mongering racists, basically.
Yeah, and we'll be getting into like more specifics there because someone, like I said, touched on the whole identity politics added to.
I'm not even going to make a comment other than this about the Southlanders. They're made up. They don't exist. They never should have. They were made purely for the plot. They were made purely to have a Beren and Luthien romance between Arondir and Bronwyn. And even that failed. Even that failed to bring me in. And they were only there to introduce us, I believe, to the orcs. And as I said, I'm going to get into the orcs later on. So throughout the entirety of the series, I have given every single episode except for 5, where they talk about Mithril, 7 and 8, where that's I'm going to call the 7 and 8 part 1 and part 2 of the series finale. So 5, 7, and 8 get 1s. The rest get 2 out of 10s.
Yeah.
It is scored so low, and I don't do my rating system like IGN. I don't do my rating system like Rotten Tomatoes. I don't do my rating system like Lofty Pixels. I do my rating system as 0s is a series that I haven't seen, so I can't comment on. I do 5 as basic. You might enjoy it, you might not. It's middle of the road for me. 5 is right there. Then it goes 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It goes all the way up. I have not given any series a 10 yet because 10 is like perfection. I think like maybe the closest to a 10 you can get, in my opinion, is Cowboy Bebop. But that's an anime, and that we're not talking about that. But
okay, I was going to say, like, thank you for that elaboration. I'm like, I'm hoping you're talking about the anime right there.
Yes, but that's a comparison that you can make. If you've seen Cowboy Bebop, then you know where I'm coming from when I say that might be a 10 out of 10 series. But yes, everything 2 out of 10, 5, 7, 8, 1 out of 10. Horrible series. You're going to get bored. You're going to get bored. I bet you, if you are new to The Lord of the Rings and you try to watch this, you won't even get through 4 episodes.
I mean, they'd be lucky if they got through like 4 episodes and then, but then like, people like, again, the Access Meteors, like, or those like rapidly defending this season saying, it'll bring people to Tolkien. It'll like make people want to read Tolkien's works. I'm like, they'll be just as confused as ever because they watch Rings of Power, which is supposed to be set in the Second Age, and then you have them read something like the Silmarillion or the Unfinished Tales or anything like that, pretty much. And they're going to be like, wait a minute, Galadriel never went to Numenor. Like, why was she there? Because it says that she's over here with her husband, Celeborn, but now you have him dead in this season. Or, I should say dead. In this season, pretty much. And then, Elrond is a commander. He's a commander under Gil-galad, but he's an architect or whatever he's called, pretty much over here. Where's the commander going to be coming from? Celebrimbor, who's friend of the dwarves. Okay, he has friend of the dwarves in these books, but he
can't go into Moria?
Yeah, he can't go into Moria? He can't go there? What? Gil-galad, who leads the Last Alliance along with Elendil, the elves and men, against the orcs and Sauron and the orcs against, basically right at the gates of Mordor, pretty much, which ends the Second Age and leads into the Third Age. You're telling me that the Galadriel, who is all about in the season hunting down Sauron, pretty much, is not going to be there to finally finish him off? Where is she now? Because people are going to be like, wait a minute. So it's, again, like I said, I always bring like this up. Okay, they only have the rights to the appendices. Okay. They only have the rights to the appendices. Okay, just follow this fucking timeline.
That's all you had to do.
That's all you had to do.
All you had to do. You could go ahead and create some new officers in the Numenorian Navy. Go ahead. Go for it. But And that's one thing that I think they did semi all right was Isildur's 2 buddies. Yeah. But you completely retconned Anarion and you made Anarion into a woman called Aarion. It's like, but we'll get to that.
But they name dropped Anarion, so it's like he's out there somewhere. So where the fuck is he? So they get rid of him for some reason because Elendil had 2 sons.
Uh-huh.
And they give Isildur her sister. What was her purpose this entire season?
None. Oh no. In one of my reviews, I mentioned that she is just there to see key events. That is all she like. Whenever something crazy happens, she's always in the background to notice it. That is literally it.
Yeah. I racked my brain today because I was like, we're gonna be talking about all these characters specifically, like going through the list, and I'm like other than certain moments, what was her purpose? Like you could have literally removed her, and we still would have had the key events.
Exactly, but she wants to date a domestic terrorist. We know that.
Well, yeah, we'll be talking about him because he's non-canonical as well because they, for some reason, give our Pharazôn a son, and then make our Pharazôn look like Father Time. When he's not that old, especially in the timeline of events when this is supposed to be taking place, but then again, the timeline's all over the place. So you can't say, okay, we can figure out it's going to be taking place during this timeline of the Second Age. And I'm like, well, no, wait a minute. Mordor is already in existence, and Sauron chose Mordor, Mount Doom, pretty much for his base of operations in the year 1000. It's about 500 to 600 years before the Rings of Power are created, even though this shows the Rings of Power. But then you have events in Numenor happening, which is like, what, going on 2,000 years later?
Oh, the timeline is all screwed up, and when we get to that portion of the review, I'm definitely going to hammer that home.
Yeah, but anyway, so we gave basically our overall thoughts. Pretty much, we would have chosen pretty much boredom over egregious lore breaking, because then it would have been like, it would have been just nothingness to talk about. Maybe there would have been an effort in there, but for the most part, it would have been nothingness to talk about. But they just had to tell the story Tolkien never wrote, and we got lore breaking after lore breaking after lore breaking after lore breaking, to the point where these characters don't even feel like the characters that they should be in this series. They are literally in name only. Every one of them. Every one of them. I'm talking about the canonical characters. Every one of them is in name only.
They have been completely morphed. They have been completely changed. You cannot say that Galadriel in this show is the same as Galadriel in the books. And I don't want to hear any argument saying that she's going to have a grand character arc over the next season or the next 3 seasons, and then she'll get to.
Yeah, I'll bring up like the Tolkien page talking about her to show like on a video. It's like she's pretty much the Galadriel we see in the Third Age is the Galadriel she should be shown like in the Second Age because of like this. And I'll look her up like show the page I covered.
I think that the only way you could have Galadriel even act like this would be in maybe 1 or 2 certain instances in her youth before she hits the age of 50, when she's getting like the wild like teenage years out of the way for being an elf.
Yeah, because, I'm saying like like I'll show this page like hold on.
There's like no way.
Like we're just talking about a match for both the lore masters and the athletes in the elder days and the days of their youth. So yeah, if you showed her like maybe a little bit of rambunctiousness when she was like really young. Okay, I can see that.
This plays into the importance of the Noldoran elves because they were tall, they were physically fit. They were not only were they like the smiths, but they were also strong warriors. They went toe to toe with Morgoth's army for how long did the elves alone siege Thangorodrim? I think it was like 700 years that they sieged Thangorodrim, however you say that fortress of Morgoth, and then Morgoth came forward and was wounded by the Elven King.
Because look, hold on, I just put like right here she's listed 6'4", athletic, being strong of body, will, and mind.
I understand that Cate Blanchett is 5'8", so she's quite a bit shorter than 6'4", but they got a woman that is 5'3" to play a 6'4"
She's barely taller
character.
than me. She's barely taller than me. Put me in heels, I'd be her height or a little bit taller. So it's like,
and on top of all of that, this is a testament. This entire Rings of Power is a testament to Peter Jackson's ability to show the differences in height, because Ian Holm was 5'5". He portrayed a 3 foot something tall hobbit. And then you have Ian McKellen, who is 5'10", 5'11", and he looks gigantic next to Ian Holm when they're in Bag End. That is a testament to Peter Jackson and his entire crew that was working on the movies.
And they were able to do that with just camera effects. Like, think of the scene with Gandalf and Frodo inside, where like Frodo's pouring the tea, and you have Gandalf sitting at the table. All they just had like one half of the table was like one height, things like that. The other half is like another height, and all they do is like just move the camera, and it looks like, oh, it's like one table, and it looks like Frodo's really short and Gandalf's really tall. How Amazon spending $1 billion, including the rights to what the Tolkien State allowed them to have access to, could not figure out that. But Peter Jackson in like the late 90s, early 2000s figured it out.
And that's what we're going to be talking about, ladies and gentlemen in chat. And ladies and gentlemen that are watching this in the future, that is what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the lore, but we're also going to be talking about the cinematography. We're going to be talking about the story, and we're going to be talking about the actors, actresses, writers, producers, and directors, because all of that plays into why this show is so bad. You cannot talk about one without talking about the others. And yes, I understand you're not supposed to blame the actor. They're just doing their day job. I get that. I totally understand that. But these actors, they have spoken out against us, the fans, and they have ridiculed us, and they have called us disgusting, vile things like racist and homophobe.
And patently evil for criticizing the season.
Exactly. And so, yes, I will be talking about the actors and actresses, and I truly hope that Morphet Clark is fired and replaced, because she is the worst of them all. Yeah. She has no emotion. She can barely say a line without taking away from the scene. There is a specific scene where her and Halbrand are talking in a smithy, in a forge. And that scene should have been about Halbrand, and it should have been about Galadriel helping Halbrand stand up for himself and want to make a change. Instead, it was all about Galadriel and in a disgusting display of pride.
Well, she entrapped him pretty much, and we know, like, again, like we'll be covering out who Halbrand actually is, but she entrapped him. And I remember talking about this, like, during my like spoiler breakdown review for that episode, and it's like, because that point where it's like, yeah, we figured where it was going to be taking Halbrand, like what he was going to be, but like wasn't exactly like definite at that point. But at the same time, it's like assuming that he was just a man, assuming he just wanted to just live his own life, start over, things like that in Numenor or whatever you want, however you want to put it. He used her just so he could get like one of those guild crests, pretty much.
Yep.
That's all he really used her for. Was it kind of shitty? All right, yeah, it's kind of shitty. Right? He did that because, again, he used her for that. But at the same time, she used him to take the Numenorians from Numenor to the Southlands for God knows what reason, other than feminine intuition that Sauron's still out there, and put other people's lives at risk to do that. Because like these people she doesn't know, and she's willing to put their lives at risk for the sake of taking down Sauron, who may or may not be there at all.
Exactly. She's going on a hunch. Roberto Sabato makes my point even more clear. He says Morphet Clark was the worst miscast in a show with race swaps. That's an incredible achievement.
Yes.
Like that
Clark, yeah.
Exactly. And to your point, she is going on a hunch because, and we'll get to this later, there is a MacGuffin of an Elven library that's just there. It's just there, and it has the key. It has two key pieces of information. One, it solidifies Halbrand's claim to king because he holds the same image, the same seal. And then number two, it has apparently the mark of Sauron in that Elven library. It's a pure MacGuffin. It's never referenced again. It is only there to quote unquote further the plot, and it does that quite shittily.
Yeah, it's really like, it's like a plot device, which should have been. I'm not saying they would have to be extensively in that library, but like, again, forgetting how it doesn't make any sense for that library to be there, pretty much. But like you're going through like actual histories and so forth, and it's just there for her to just go, oh, this I don't recognize this image. Oh, I recognize this image. Oh, I figured out what this image is. That means we have to go here. Okay, thank you. We just move the plot forward, and they could have figured out a more clever way of doing that. But that shows you like the laziness of the writing for this entirety of this season. Is mystery box after mystery box after mystery box, and they set something up one episode, and there'd be no payoff, or at the very least there'd be payoff, but like 3 or 4 episodes later. And at that point, you don't give a fuck because it's just
you don't. You literally do not care. It is. I hardly cared about any character, in any part of this show. I didn't care one single fucking bit about the Harfoots. And I have called them, I know that you, Mark, call them the murder hobbits, but I call them the gypsy smurfs, because that's exactly what they are. They're a roving band of smurfs that live in the forests, and they hide from everything, and they're wonderful at hiding. So I have called them the gypsy smurfs. And I got that term from a friend of mine named Pope Metallicus. And so shout out to Pope for that, because when he coined that term, I was like, that's perfect. I am using that because it encapsulates what the Harfoots are. And yes, they are murder hobbits, because not only is there only in the future of the Harfoot history, there is going to be a genocide that cleanses them or gets rid of every single Harfoot of color. It is
I pointed it out. It's like, again, they did not think that through. It's like something got bred out. What could it possibly be?
What could it possibly be? They also kill their own by not helping them if they fall behind.
Yeah.
So yes, they are murder hobbits. And you cannot relate to that. You cannot.
No. I will be talking more in depth about like the different characters, even though I remember some of their names only because I did spoiler breakdowns for them. But otherwise, if I didn't and I just did the spoiler free reviews and just like left it at that, I would not remember their names at all.
I know Nori and Sadok. Nori is the main Harfoot that is supposed to resemble Bilbo or Frodo, and then Sadok is the Harfoot of color that leads them.
Yeah.
That's it.
And comments is like Morphy Clark can't act for shit. I've seen some clips and my God, it seemed like it was her first time acting. Yeah.
And I want to remind people that this really is Morphy Clark's big break on the big screen. In the same way that Emilia Clarke, Game of Thrones was her first like explosive breakout role. And if you go back in time and you watch some of Emilia Clarke's acting skills, I remember there was this one clip from a movie or TV show, I can't remember which one. She's talking on a cell phone, and it is horrible acting displayed by Emilia Clarke. Horrible acting. I wish I had the clip with me right now, but it is a parallel between Emilia Clarke being a decent actress, throwing everything she has at Game of Thrones, with good writers and producers and directors giving her help and a great cast supporting her. And then you have Morphy Clark, who is in this almost the same position, but she has none of that support, none of that foundation. And so it really, really shows.
Yeah, it really does show. And then this is like what they'll use whenever they would defend, like, her supposed arc, or like, why she's being portrayed as what I call is like warrior elf princess in this series. Yeah, they always pull up this. This is from a letter. Now, this is on a website to those in the chat, but this is actually from a letter, one of Tolkien's letter, when he's talking about Galadriel. So she was then of Amazon disposition, which meant she's tall, not personality. She's tall, and bound up her hair as a crown when taking part in athletic feats. So people, particularly in like the shills and the Access media and those rabid stands for this series, took that and ran with it. It's like, oh, that's proof that she was a warrior. Well, if that's the case, me putting my hair up in a ponytail whenever I would go walking as part of my physical activities makes me a warrior. Because I bound my hair up, pretty much.
Because Tolkien was one of the smartest persons when it comes to the English language. So he would have used the term, he would have used that entire term, he would have used Amazon correctly, an Amazon disposition, and then bound up her hair as a crown. Whenever I read that, bound up her hair as a crown, I took that as she's putting her hair up because when my mother does physical activities, when my mother is out in the yard, working out in the yard, she puts her hair up because when she starts to sweat, she doesn't like the hair and sweat mixing together. She doesn't like the feeling of that, so she puts her hair up. That's what I took away from that statement, and it's like that's pretty smart because I've seen other women do the same thing, but they're taking the crown and they're overinflating it. They're saying that she was grander than what she actually was. She was just putting her hair up. That's all she was doing.
Because they also don't realize that Tolkien also, for those who still have copies of the dictionary, Tolkien, like you have Tolkien to thank for a lot of those words in there. So this is a master of linguistics. So if he writes it a certain way, if he describes it a certain way, he's doing it purposefully. He's not just arbitrarily throwing that description out there. All right? So this is a man who knows the character he's writing. So when he's describing her like this, there's nothing to read in between any lines. It is right there. Right there.
He's not going to say she was very strong and skilled and then she was also like really good at fighting. Like he's not going to talk like that. He is going to use the proper word in the proper way.
Yeah.
And that's something that Amazon writers obviously can't do. And they can't read either because they didn't understand that statement that he made in his letter.
Or they'll pull lines that, lines out of context to back up what, when again, when we're talking about Halbrand, to back up the feelings Galadriel has for Halbrand, aka Sauron, pretty much. And because they pull one line out of context from Fellowship of the Ring, and then Bounding Comics is like, no, here's the entirety of that paragraph.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with any romantic interest or feelings whatsoever, pretty much. It's just because one, she's so powerful and she can read people, so she's able to, in a sense, read Sauron, pretty much. But also, because she has a ring of power, they are connected because of that.
And I've always taken her being able to read people as she's able to read the intentions. Like she's able to not exactly read their mind per se, but look into their heart and read their intentions and read if they are lying to her or to anyone else and be able to interpret their behavior and their actions and then she's going to think, oh, okay, you're actually a bad person. And deep down, I know you are. Deep down in your heart of hearts, I know you are.
She wouldn't have had to interrogate Adar. She would have been able to, as I'm this is a very general term when I say this, but read his intentions. She will read his heart, read his motivations, and so forth. And she would have been able to figure out, all right, this guy is pretty much evil. He's going to pave the road to hell with good intentions and so forth, but she would be able to figure that out. She wouldn't have to have him answer her during that interrogation scene. But also think about the scene when the Fellowship post Gandalf falling after the Balrog in Moria, where she's staring at Boromir. They make it to Lothlorien, and she's staring at the Fellowship, and she's kind of focused in a way on Boromir. And remember when he averts his eyes?
Yep.
He averts because she's again reading him. She's not exactly reading his mind or so forth, but she's reading his motivation. She's reading why he's kind of part of the Fellowship. What's his motivation for being near the ring and so forth. So she's reading Boromir pretty much like a book at that point.
And another perfect example is when she gives Gimli. Well, first off, she gives the Fellowship everything that they need. She gives them a present that is what they will need in a trying time. She doesn't give Gimli anything. He asks for one hair. She gives him 3 because she read his intentions. She read his heart, and she knew this dwarf is a good dwarf. This dwarf is going to be he's going to bridge the gap between the dwarves and the elves, because at that time dwarves despised elves and elves despised dwarves. And so that's just another example of how she's able to read people.
Yeah, that also goes back to Feanor, because Feanor also asked her for strands of her hair, and she looked at him and said no, because she could read his intentions. And it's like that Feanor, because they drop his name in this season. You don't see him, but they drop his name, and he's not someone to be admired. He's pretty much a bastard.
Yep, he is not a good elf.
He's not a good elf. He's not a good elf. So she, again, understanding Feanor's intentions and not liking him and everything, refused to give him her strands of hair because he's, because that's when, like, about the time that he was, like, creating the Cimmerals and things like that. She told him no. Like, no, you're not going to have this.
And speaking of Feanor and Galadriel, I think the only time that that Galadriel ever fights in battle is during the kinslaying. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kinslaying.
I think. Well, I thought she arrived after, and she was like horrified at that. But like she swore an oath to Feanor. But like at the very least, it would have been the first kinslaying. But that was only because she was defending her kin, like literally defending her kin. But after that, it was like not that she was exactly repulsed by it, but at the same time, it's like she took it upon herself basically to thwart Feanor's intentions everywhere he went. Not physically, like politically and socially, basically to stop him. After that, because again, like that was the first kinslaying. There's like what 4 that happened, and she at that like post the first one was like I can't do this anymore. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to stop this man. Or I say man, but he's an elf pretty much. I'm going to stop him as much as I can.
And as far as my knowledge goes, she lives a life of being tutored and learning under Malign the Maiar in the court of Thingol at Doriath. That is where she makes her home for the longest time.
Oh yeah, like pretty much he was with Celeborn from the end of the First Age.
And this is another thing I'd like to point out. You see a lot of these news media outlets saying that the Rings of Power is only talking about the Second Age. No, they're not.
No, because they have things happening in the Third Age happening in the Second Age, and like no.
And they show things happening in the First Age.
Yeah.
They show young Galadriel in Valinor. Getting into a bullying fist fight.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. It's like
that doesn't make any sense. In Valinor, you would have had Aule or Tulkas or one of the other Ainur come in there and teach those young elflings a lesson.
Yeah.
Like you don't, but not like a spanking or anything. They would have pulled them apart and they would have shown them the error of their ways. They would have spoken to them. They would have,
but we would have educated them. We would never gotten the speech from Finrod. Like, do you know why a boat floats and a stone sinks?
Yeah, it's because a rock looks down. Apparently,
what? Yeah, I was gonna say like that. I was watching that episode when that happened, and I had to stop it and go.
I think what? My left eye went crossed, and it's never come uncrossed. So I mean, there's that.
Thank you for the pair with the coffee, Super Sticker Otis. Thank you so much, and I see Dungeon Master Blaster. Hail to you, actual Tolkien fans. Yes, thank you, thank you all for being here. We're basically just going through the entirety of the season, and giving our thoughts. Spoilers, by the way, spoilers. So
Soul Assassin says Galadriel is a descendant from the gods, right? No, I do not believe she is. I believe you are thinking of Luthien, because Luthien.
Because her parents are named here. She's the 4th child of Finarfin, Prince of the Noldor, who named her Artanis. Her mother was Erwin, Princess of the Teleri, who named her Nurwen. Oh, this is another thing that they would try to use an excuse for Galadriel in Rings of Power, because this Nurwen means man maiden. No, this meant she was tall.
That's it. They look. It's so
and that
bad.
Was given to her later when she had kind of grown up. So that wasn't her name at birth. It wasn't like a prescient name or anything like that. It was just like, hey, like yeah, you're tall like a man, so I'm gonna name you Nerwin.
It would have been Artanis. Her father would have named her, because since we live in a patriarchal society, man, like the father was a very, very, very key figure in the family. And so it would have been Finarfin that named her Artanis. And then her mother later on would have named her Nerwin, seeing her physical abilities and seeing how tall she was going to grow. And that would have been that. But then, what is the name that we know her by? It's Galadriel. And who gave her that name? Her husband, Celeborn.
Yeah, but we can't have that. We can't have that. We can't have that. Like they won't. They didn't even acknowledge that in the season. That was like the name that her husband Celeborn gave her. They just drop his name that he's
and
dead.
Then she makes fun of him.
Yeah, like, oh my god, you just cucked your husband in that sentence. You're supposed to be mourning him, but you just the thing you bring up is you chastising him because his armor didn't fit. Celeborn, who is more of a fighter than she was,
and I believe it was somewhere in the Second Age, Celeborn and Galadriel, they are Lord and Lady in Eregion. And I believe Eregion is attacked by orcs or something like that. And Celeborn goes off and fights him. I believe that's in the Silmarillion. And that's... Oh man, there's so much. They did Celeborn so bad. He is such a good character. He is what you want to be if you are a politician or a lord. He takes his job very seriously. He looks out for his people, but not just the elves. He looks out for everyone that lives within Eregion. That could mean the manfolk that live there.
Yeah, like everyone, and like they again, you can't show males in a positive light or anything like that. Or according to these showrunners, they have to either be dumb, assholes. How about I put this? Impotent, pretty much. They pretty much have to take away anything that could be remotely masculine about these characters, because you can't show them in a positive light. And Celeborn would have been, again, extremely positive light because of what you mentioned. The fact that he was a fighter. He loved Galadriel. He loved his children.
He was a noble being.
Yes, but he was a noble being that Galadriel. They met, they fell in love, and they were like together for thousands of years. An actual loving relationship, thousands of years. All right, because I can bring up where Celeborn isn't here. I believe he's in here because I've gone through this. Yeah, Celeborn, Elven king of Lothlorien. Celeborn was a Sindar prince of Doriath and kinsman of King Thingol. During the first age of the sun, he wed the Noldor princess Galadriel. So first age, all right, they've been together, who gave birth to their only child, Celebrian, who, incidentally, married Elrond. Where's Celebrian? If Celeborn's already her husband at this point, because she drops his name and says that he's dead, where's Celebrian?
I am reading from the Silmarillion. I found a passage. There in Nargothrond, Finrod made his home with many of his people, and he was named in the tongue of the dwarves Felagund, hewer of caves, and that name he bore thereafter until his end. But Finrod Felagund was not the first to dwell in the caves beside the river Narog. Galadriel, his sister, went not with him to Nargothrond, for in Doriath dwelt Celeborn, kinsman of Thingol, and there was great love between them. Therefore she remained in the hidden kingdom and abode with Meline, and of her learned great lore and wisdom concerning Middle Earth. That is where Galadriel is. Boom. That's it. That is Galadriel's character arc right there.
That's what I said. Like we gotta get to the other characters, but I'm like, that's where she's been. So if you were to tell anybody who's just watched this show and not actually read the books, say, hey, read the books if you like this show, they're gonna wonder when does Galadriel get to Numenor? She never does. She literally stays in just about one spot for at least a long time because she's studying under Melion. Hey, Harfoot. And yes, you can't show them in a positive light because that is sexist. Yes, because you can't show males in a positive light. So we're like, again, you can't exactly talk about these characters, at least the canonical ones, without going into lore breaking. And Galadriel was like probably the worst in the entirety of the season because she is the focus. She is the main protagonist, and every one of the characters got butchered to a degree, but she is by far the worst because they took the most powerful. And when I say magic, I don't mean magic as we know it in this world. I mean like magic is how Tolkien described it when he's in his letters talking about Galadriel. But she's one of the most powerful magic users in all of Middle Earth, and you reduce her to needing a sword.
Exactly. And to your point, Tolkien doesn't have a magic system the way you think of Brandon Sanderson and the Stormlight Archive, or any of Brandon Sanderson's books for that matter. He doesn't have a magic system like that. Terry Pratchett has a magic system in his Discworld universe. There is no magic like that in Tolkien's universe. There's no wands, there's no wizards that cast like spells that immediately take hold or make people explode or anything like that. There's like one of the perfect magic systems that almost everyone knows is Harry Potter. There's nothing like that in Tolkien.
No. And even again, like we'll be covering not Gandalf, but covering the Ishtar pretty much. Or the Ishtar, even their powers were reduced. They are Maiar, all right? And lore breaking, because Ishtar would not be there during the Second Age. They arrived on boats, not fell from the sky. They arrived on boat from Valinor into Middle Earth, well into the Third Age. All right? So they would be probably the closest we would consider as using magic. And even then, their magic is not the magic system that we know. But they would be the closest ones we would know connected to that. But even then, their powers were reduced. So they were not as strong as they could be.
And quite frankly, it's Morgoth that creates the orcs. Yeah. Morgoth is an Ainur. He is the way that I look at the differences.
Well, his name used to be Melkor before he was called Morgoth. That's when he fell.
And so you have Eru Ilúvatar. That is the god creator of the entire universe. That is the god creator of everything in Tolkien's universe. Eru Ilúvatar. Then you have all of the Ainur, which is the higher demigods. I call them higher demigods. And then you have the Maiar, which is the lesser demigods. And I just think of it this way because it is a pantheon. All Ainur and Maiar, they all play their part. Just as with the Norse mythology or Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Persian mythology, they all have a pantheon of sorts. Indian mythology, or Indian religions as well. They have a grand pantheon of many different gods. You have river gods, you have fertility gods. They all have a part to play and to be worshipped for. Translate that to the Ainur, and I believe that Morgoth and the Melkor Morgoth and the other Ainur like Manwë and Aule, they were the closest ones to like really having some form of magic, because when those elves that were created, that were used to create the orcs, they were tortured with dark magics. They were tortured with dark powers by Melkor. And so
I would add one other thing to that. I'm not trying to bring religion into this, but if you were to actually like read, and I'm talking to those in the chat, if you were to read that part of the Silmarillion where Melkor falls, it doesn't exactly translate as that, but you could definitely see Tolkien's faith at work in that, because all you have to do is read about like the war in heaven from the Bible, the fall of Lucifer, and so forth. And I'd add a little bit of like the archangels and angels to that mix.
Yep, exactly. So, I agree.
So
we're just trying to break it down to the normies, and we're trying to break it down to the noobs. Like there's so much that you have. I have read the Silmarillion probably 4 times in totality, and I've reread certain sections multiple times. Like I've read Beren and Luthien many times because that is a lovely story all by itself. And I've read The Lord of the Rings multiple times in totality. It's just you have to put in the time and the effort to actually do that. You actually have to read these books. Now, yes, go ahead and listen to an audiobook if you can do that. Go for it. That is wonderful. But I've read the physical books. I own the physical copies, and that is what I grew up doing, was reading these. And there's so much lore that you pick up each and every time that you read these books. So much lore.
Yeah, this doesn't even make sense either. Like, why would a Iluvatar just like in that poor state, not like send knock Gandalf down that way, like down to Middle Earth, in that like naked,
And not
so
even
forth.
just Iluvatar, but why would Manwë?
Yeah.
Why would Manwë not equip that Istar with the ability to understand every language that is being spoken on Middle Earth? But also, why would he send that? Why would he send Meteor Man? Why would he send him with no defense, with nothing?
Nothing. He
All he
literally
has,
has nothing.
all he has is force push when he slams his hand on the ground. That's it.
I call that the Thunder Smash, like the Hulk Thunder. Pretty much.
Yes, exact. That's even better. Thunder Smash. I love it. I love it.
Because that's what happens. I'm like, oh my god. Like I said, yes, their powers were reduced. And when I say reduced, I mean like, you know, not because they're Maiar. They're not as powerful in Middle Earth as they would be in Valinor. But at the same time, it's like that's like the one instance, other than him healing the tree, that's the one instance of him using any form of like magic, so to speak. And even then, it's like, what? That's all you gave him? That's all you gave him? Like, you know, it's basically, it's like, you know, like kick him out of Valinor, send him down to Middle Earth, and say, you know, have fun, figure it out.
Yep. And we know that the Istari were sent on a mission. They were to guide. They were to guide the realms of men and elves, and they were to help them. They were to help the children of Iluvatar. They were not to lord over them. They were not to use their innate Maiar abilities to gain fame and fortune. They were there for a mission, and that mission was help the elves and men defeat Sauron once and for all.
Yeah, because Iluvatar and the Ainur were sensing that like there was still evil within Middle Earth. Like Sauron in physical form was no longer there, but they could sense like the return. So they say, okay, we have to do something. So that was a plan.
Oh, and spoiler alert for a almost 70-year-old book. Sauron's not gone. He is now basically just a wraith. He is going to come back for Tolkien's version of Ragnarok, where Morgoth breaks free of his chains and tries again one last time to fight the other Ainur. And they will have a Ragnarok-style battle. So Sauron is not gone. Just because the ring was destroyed and his power is almost completely gone, that doesn't mean that Sauron is gone, because he is a heavenly being, if I were to use a religious term.
Yeah. Well, that's how I kind of just like, you know, equate, like, you know, it's how do I put this? It's like simplifying. But whenever I would talk to people, and whenever I just talk to my chat and so forth, and talking about the Istar, things like that, it's like, and how, no offense to Harry Potter fans, I enjoyed the books. I overall enjoyed the books. I've seen the movies through the fifth one. I am going to eventually, my plan is to actually watch the adaptations for the sixth and seventh books at some point within the next week. I'm going to do that. But you have, like, you know, even jokingly, like, Gandalf versus Dumbledore, who would win? Things like that. I'm like, Gandalf would smite Dumbledore because you're pitting a man, Dumbledore, against what is essentially an angel.
Exactly.
So there's no real competition there. Like I said, when I tell people that, I'm saying I don't have anything against Dumbledore. I like Dumbledore. He's a good character. I like the portrayals for the most part. You know, I prefer what's the actor's name? Fucking hell, in the first two, the one who but you know which one I'm talking about. I prefer him as Dumbledore. Okay, nothing against the character. I'm like, he would be smote.
Right. Yes. There's no comparison. That's like comparing Gandalf versus Goku. No, Gandalf. Superman. Superman versus.
Yeah.
It's like comparing Superman versus Goku. Like, you can't compare Goku versus Gandalf. Compare Goku versus Dumbledore. You can make those comparisons, and you can pit them against each other. It's like you're taking the main characters or significant characters from these stories, and you're trying to make them square up against one another. It's just not going to work. It's
Yeah.
not going to work. And
No.
specifically, Superman versus Goku, I hate to say it. I love Goku. I want Goku to win, but I'm pretty sure Superman kicks his butt. Same way, Gandalf versus Dumbledore. I'm pretty sure Gandalf is going to kick Dumbledore's ass. Just like hand it to him.
That's my feeling. That's my feeling. Just knowing what I know about Gandalf, knowing what I know about Dumbledore, and I'm not saying Gandalf would basically literally smite Dumbledore because Gandalf is not evil, but he would hand Dumbledore his ass and say try again next time, pretty much.
Exactly. And on top of that, if Dumbledore was to quote unquote kill Gandalf, Gandalf wouldn't be dead. He would just go back to Iluvatar. He would go back to Manwë. He would go back to Valinor or to the halls of Mandos.
And spoiler alert for those who have not seen Lord of the Rings movies, he does come back as Gandalf the White, but that's because Iluvatar sends him back, says, "You're not done. Go."
And that is a specific point. It was not Manwë to resurrect Gandalf. It was Iluvatar himself. It was the god creator of the universe that sent Gandalf back as Gandalf the White. So the god creator and the other higher demigods were paying attention to what was happening in Middle Earth. They were not like some distant entity that's just minding its own business and carrying on how it wants to carry on. No, they were directly looking at the sons and daughters of Iluvatar.
Yeah. See, Sauron took over, nearly succeeded taking over an entire land, Middle Earth. Voldemort couldn't even infiltrate a school. Yep. I'm sorry. Nothing against Harry Potter fans, but Voldemort couldn't even infiltrate a school. Think about that. The Gandalf the Grey or Gandalf the White? I'd say Gandalf the Grey could do it, but definitely Gandalf the White.
Exactly.
But anyway, all right. So, carrying on, because we could go basically an entire 2 hours talking about the butchering of one character, but we have to go through other ones. So we've touched on these things, but let's just kind of expand on them. So let's kind of combine Elrond, Gil-galad, and Celebrimbor, because they were basically connected in this season. Those three primarily, they were connected, right? So
they were the three amigos.
Yeah. So in actual lore, okay. Like I said, Elrond is a commander. He serves under Gil-galad. Gil-galad is actually not older than Galadriel. Gil-galad is younger than Galadriel. He's like her great nephew or something.
Yes.
Right. So he's actually younger, but they make him for some reason older because I guess he's supposed to be statesmanlike. But he comes across as an idiot because it's or at the very worst, wavering because he doesn't come across as a leader. At all, really. And I don't know why they have him speak so slow. It doesn't make him sound wise. It just means I'm falling asleep. You have to inspire me. You have to inspire me, and you're not inspiring me. I don't not see leader here.
This man was the greatest smith that the Noldoran elves ever had since Feanor. The Noldoran elves were known for their wonderful smith work, wonderful creations, using gems and metals.
Yeah.
And Celebrimbor wanted to become the next Feanor.
Yeah. We'll read about here. I'll just go into Celebrimbor, right? Because I've done that on my streams and so forth. Okay. And this is going into Celebrimbor and then Gil-galad. I'm going to read a little bit about his from this book. Okay. So for those of you who don't have the Second Age histories, if you can find this book, it'll at least give you an idea for these characters. Not the stories necessarily, but the characters. So, Elven King I keep wanting to pronounce it like they had do in Rings of Power, but Eregion. Born during the Ages of Starlight, Celebrimbor was a Noldor prince. So he's a Noldor prince. Did he come across as a prince in the show? No, he's a Noldor prince. The son of Curufin and the grandson of Feanor. So he's actually related to Feanor. Again, Feanor is not the man you want, male elf you want to emulate, all right? But if you're going to say anything positive about Feanor, was his crafting, his smith skills. And Celebrimbor aspired to that. Who created the Silmarils? Feanor. He fought in the War of the Jewels and the War of Wrath. In 750 of the Second Age, he founded the realm of Gwaith Myrdain, the Elven Smiths. Okay?
Yep.
He was a forger. He was a master forger. And who did he learn who did he learn from? Essentially, not entirely, but essentially from the dwarves. He obtained Mithril and many other precious metals and forged the finest weapons and jewelry of the age. So he was friend of the dwarves.
Wait. Did you just say he acquired Mithril? Did you just say that? Because
From the dwarves, he obtained because Mithril was used by the elves. They used in jewelry and so forth.
But if I watched Rings of Power, Mara, they have to go back to Valinor to get gold and silver from Valinor. That's the only way you can make stuff with Mithril, right?
Yeah, I know. It's the only way, according to Rings of Power, right? Only way.
And so, to your point on Celebrimbor's lineage, he is the son of Curufin. He is the grandson of Feanor, and as we know, Feanor is the son of Finwë and Miriel, Finwë's first wife, who passes away. Finwë marries Indis. Finwë and Indis have Finar Fin. That means that Feanor and Finar Fin, they are half brothers. So if Finar Fin is the father of Galadriel, that means that Galadriel and Feanor is Galadriel's half uncle. So that means that Galadriel and Curufin are half cousins. So therefore, that means Galadriel and Celebrimbor are half cousins, twice removed.
Yeah, pretty much. Try following that lineage, folks. Yes,
exactly.
There's a lot.
There is a lot.
I think Celebrimbor is also it's an unrequited love, but I think it's also alluded to that he's in love with Galadriel, but he never really acts on it.
Yeah.
But his focus was smithing. Not to simplify things, but he wanted to craft and he wanted to emulate Feanor, at least in that regard. Because it says right here, Celebrimbor, but like Feanor, Celebrimbor always sought to create something better and greater than any before him. So when Anatar arrives, and Anatar is actually Sauron in disguise, when Anatar arrives and educates him, teaches him, so forth, and that's when we see the creations on the Rings of Power. That's like partly from his desire, but then he realizes what actually was going on.
Yep, because he's not dumb.
No, he's not dumb. He's one of the smartest elves there. He was also again. They take away the element of his warrior spirit away from him and give it to Galadriel, because he also was a warrior as well, because he defended Eregion.
Yep.
Right? He defended it to the point where he was captured, tortured, and I mean like really fucking tortured. Died from the torture, and then his body was used kind of like as a flag
by Sauron.
When Sauron and his forces marched back into Eregion.
Yeah. When Tolkien says tortured, he means tortured. He is not doing like a subpar torturing. I know George R.R. Martin, the creator of Game of Thrones, like really goes in on the torture aspect of like what the medieval style, our reality of medieval style torture was. Think of that, but whenever Tolkien says that, he just says that they were tortured, and that word tortured he is using in the proper sense, and that is what it encapsulates. It was very, very bad. The same thing happens to Celebrian. She is captured by the orcs, and she is tortured as well.
Well, like I said earlier, like when Gandalf acts like on the other 4 Eastar, because 5 arrive on Middle-earth, their power is weaker on Middle-earth than it would be in Valinor, because they took the form of men.
They took the form of flesh. Yes.
Yeah, the form of flesh, but in the form that they took. So when you see Gandalf, like you picture Ian McKellen, that's the form he took. So there would be no younger version of Gandalf. There would be no younger version of Saruman or anything like that. What the form and flesh that they took, that is what we would see. And I want to not Gandalf in this series, because he's pretty much
he is totally not Gandalf. And if he turns into Gandalf, I'm gonna laugh. If he turns into Gandalf, I'm going to laugh. Quick note on Celebrian. She was seized at the Red Horn Pass because her escort was waylaid. She suffered torment. And then she received a poison wound. So suffering torment, what does that mean? That means she was tortured the same way that Celebrimbor was tortured.
Yeah, there's no middle ground with Sauron or anything that connected to him. So if he's going to torment you, torture you, it's going to be to the point where it's like just short of you becoming an orc at that point.
Yep, pretty much.
There's no he's not an anti-hero. That's what pisses me off in these some of these defenses is they're equating him to an anti-hero of Middle Earth, and Sauron was not.
No,
Anti-hero anti-hero implies at least some good in that person. They might not act accordingly with as a Boy Scout or a Girl Scout, but there's some good in that person. Sauron, no. He wants to lay waste to Middle Earth to make it in his own image. Pretty much. Same way Morgoth in his pride wanted to take on Iluvatar and the Ainur. All right.
I specifically would like to point out a Maiar that was, and here's the thing: the Maiar that served the Ainur, they're called vassals. So Aule was the Ainur of smithing and of mountains and everything like that. His vassal Maiar would have been Saruman and Sauron.
Yeah.
There is a vassal Maiar for Olmo. Olmo is the god of the oceans, the god of water. This vassal Maiar is called Ose. Ose was there is some darkness and violence in his spirit, presumably after his seduction by Melkor. But he was never fully seduced to become Melkor's vassal. He was never pulled, quote unquote, to the dark side. This Ose is a good comparison to Sauron because Ose was able to go back and apologize and basically repent to Olmo and still remain as a quote unquote good Maiar, while Sauron was fully seduced by Melkor. He was full of pride. He was full of strength. He wanted that strength that Melkor promised him.
Yeah.
And so that's
there was
what
no repentance in him. There was
none.
no repentance in him. None. Because even he refused to come back.
He was full of shame. He was shamed by Melkor. How can you lose, boss man?
Yeah. But even when I think at one point, I'm not saying when I think at one point when the Iluvatar and the Ainur would have forgiven, if Sauron had repented, at that point he was even then said no. Because you pointed out, he was ashamed of Morgoth losing. So he's at that point, it was okay, I'm going to actually finish what you started. Not to borrow the fucking line from Star Wars, Disney Star Wars, but he actually wanted to finish what Morgoth started.
Yep.
So there was no, like I said, no repentance in him, no shame, no, no even really hope of there being any good in him at that point.
And this whole to your point, this whole they want to have a redeeming arc for Sauron. They wanted to portray him as the sad anti-hero.
Yeah.
No, that cannot happen. That is on par with the changing of the lore of Mithril. That is on par with the breaking of Galadriel's character. They have broken Galadriel. They have broken her. And you must realize this, people in chat and people watching this later on. You must realize that they have broken Galadriel and they are breaking Sauron. They are going to break Elrond. They partially have broken Elrond. And so go back to the source material. Go back to the Lord of the Rings. Read those books. Read The Hobbit. Read the Silmarillion and the histories of Middle-earth. Read those books. Cherish those books. And if you can, buy physical copies. Buy the physical media. And save them. Preserve them.
Right here.
This is going to happen.
Yeah. I would say right here, the human thing that because a villain believes they are in the right, that makes him an anti-hero, but that's not the case. No, it's not the case.
No. And I would go so far as to say that he is a villain, yes, but he is straight evil. There's a difference between being a villain and being evil. And Sauron is both.
Yeah, there's I'm gonna find the tweet I posted. This is a while back, but I screen capped how Tolkien himself described Sauron, outside the books, pretty much. Outside the books, because the showrunners for Rings of Power are saying he's kind of a Walter White equivalent and shit like that.
I hate that comparison.
Where is it?
But that's what they do.
God, I don't think I tweet a lot, but damn, sometimes I do. Where are you? Because I screen capped it, screenshot it, and okay, here it is, right here. Okay, evil in the tale. Okay, this is in Tolkien's words. Okay, in my story, I do not deal in absolute evil. I do not think there is such a thing, since that is zero. I do not think that at any rate any rational being is wholly evil. Satan fell. In my myth, Morgoth fell before creation of the physical world. In my story, Sauron represents as near an approach to the wholly evil. So he doesn't say just villain. He says wholly evil will is all possible. He had gone the way of all tyrants, beginning well, at least on the level that while desiring to order all things according to his own wisdom, he still at first considered the economic well-being of other inhabitants of Earth, but went further than human tyrants in pride and the lust for domination, being in origin an immortal angelic spirit. So, described as wholly evil.
Perfectly put. So, and I agree. When it's evil, there's like 100% evil. I'd go ahead and say that Sauron's at the 90%. He is as close to wholly evil as you can get. Absolutely. And so no, there is no redeeming factor because he is too full of pride. He is too full of hubris. He is too full of shame and regret. Because I'm positive that he feels those things, even though it's not spoken of, even though he does. And this is me putting into the character, I guess, more than I'm getting out. You can go ahead and freely say that, freely criticize me on that point. But it does say that he felt great shame for when Morgoth fell after and ended the First Age. And then he was not going to return and face judgment and be. He thought he was going to be subjugated to many, many years hard labor. So no, there's no turning back. And Soul Assassin makes a perfect point.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a guy, like, Sauron tortured a dude, then promised to reunite him and his wife if he sold out his crew. The man did. Sauron killed him. So it's like, pretty much. Sauron's feeling he's just misunderstood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually have Sauron and Walter White in the same sentence. The showrunners do. Yeah, get the physical copies. I need to find physical copies of the Unfinished Tales and History of Middle-earth because when I was growing up with my siblings, we kind of had like a shared library of sorts. So I just have a Silmarillion copy. My own, pretty much. I have to find like my own copies of the other works, pretty much. But
I got to get more of the histories that Christopher Tolkien released. I got to get more of those.
Yeah. So, Sauron's only redeeming quality is that he once served another. I think Tolkien wrote. Like I said, like, there's again, they're trying to paint Sauron in this show as could be redeemed. It's kind of like. I'm not trying to equate him to Star Wars, and I feel like I'm going to trigger Rhino when I say this. But, the whole, like, Return of the Jedi, where Luke is saying they're still good in him. That's how the showrunners are trying to portray Sauron here. Like, they're still good in him. Like,
I can see that. I can see that. And shall we, since we've talked about Galadriel, and now we're talking about Sauron, can we go ahead and talk about that ridiculous marriage proposal?
Oh fuck yeah! Let's just like get that out of the way. That like the whole reason for Sauron taking over Middle Earth is because he was friend zoned.
Yep, literally, that is the premise of the Third Age. He's taking over, and he is going to attack the realms of men and elves, and he's going to subjugate the rest of the Sylvan elves and the dwarves. He's going to subjugate all life on Middle Earth to serve him because he got friend zoned.
Yes. You got friend zoned. I mean, see, I think I still have the pirate slave for me Hearties. I think I can like take it to that image where he's talking to. Let me see if I can get to that. That like whole. Oh, guess what he wants to do.
And to touch on Galadriel in the Rings of Power. They have ripped Beren and Luthien from and put them as Galadriel and Celeborn. That was mentioned while she was under the frickin' tree, hiding with Theo. That they were dancing in a glade of flowers. So that is straight out of Beren and Luthien. And now they are taking Thingol and Malign, but reversing it. Because Malign was a Maiar, Sauron is a Maiar, Malign and Thingol were able to get married and have children. That is exactly what Sauron wants to do with Galadriel. And Galadriel is in full support of this for a split second. You can see it in her face. You can see that she wants this. And this is a direct comparison to how she was tempted by Frodo with the One Ring in Lothlorien. In Lothlorien, when she says you will have a queen.
Yeah, instead of a Dark Lord, you'll have a queen.
This is directly related to that, and that is why I say, if you're a newbie, do not watch Rings of Power. Watch the Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. As flawed as it is, yes, there are some flaws. It is still a good representation. But first, read the books, then watch PJ's Lord of the Rings, and then you can watch this, and you'll see. First off, the scene in Lothlorien will mean more to you, the viewer, if you watch PJ's first, and then you come back and watch this, and then you'll see how much of a slap in the face this scene is to Beren and Luthien, to Galadriel's character, to Sauron's character, and to that scene in Lothlorien. It's all just one gigantic pie in the face.
There's always the older sister. Yes. Like, well, got friend zoned. Where's the other Whammon character?
Exactly.
So, yeah, but like saying they set up the finale with this whole image, right? As again, like you put it, a slap in the face, because when Frodo offers the One Ring to Galadriel, that like Galadriel is described by Tolkien as a penitent. Right? She felt like she could not return to Valinor because of her participation, at least in the first kinslaying and so forth. And she also had a little bit of pride, wanted to not rule, but like, have her, her and Celeborn, like their own, how do I put this? Kingdom? Kingdom. Essentially on Middle Earth. And then when Frodo offered her the ring, that was like the last test for her. That was like the last temptation she had, was the one.
I believe in like medieval terms, she wanted to be like a baroness or maybe a countess or something like that.
Something like that, where it wasn't really like a queen, but like she did kind of, it's like she did have a little bit of pride, and she did want to be like, kind of like a lady, like lord and lady, like that's how they're described. So over her own realm on Middle Earth, because she was an Noldorian princess, so it's like she was of royalty. So it's not like she aspired to be royal. She was royal, but she kind of wanted that, but on Middle Earth.
Right. I agree. Yes.
So, yeah. So this here, again, never happened.
It was never even conceived in any of the drafts.
And if she was a lady to anyone, it was Celeborn at that point.
Exactly. And at this point, she would have already had Celebrian. She would have been a mother.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's go ahead and just play the scene. Oh my gosh.
Here, I'll kind of like take it back a little bit,
because maybe then you'll see Galadriel's very, very emotional face. She really wants it. She wants to be queen in this scene, which is no. It's where he grabs her face.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to right here.
There it is. There it is. Perfect. Look at that face. That is the most emotion that Morfydd Clark ever portrayed as an actress in this series so far. More emotion than when she was riding that fucking horse.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Equivalent of a fiefdom. Like, not a kingdom, but a fiefdom. But yeah, so like, but yeah, like, rat face. Okay, I'll have to. Why did that comment get hidden? But anyway, yeah, so Dodger. Like this right here. But yeah, but like that emotion right there. It's like, I almost bought it that she was tempted.
Yep. Oh my god!
So the same face she always has. Yes.
What's the next topic on the list? Let's move on. This is
here we'll because we're kind of not exactly following this, but let's actually we talked about a little about Gilgalad, we talked about Celebrimbor. Let's talk about Elrond and Finrod real fast, all right? Because
all right.
Elrond, Okay? I'm going to read a little bit from this dictionary, and then we'll talk about his portrayal in the Rings of Power. Because, again, like, they butchered all these characters. They butchered all these characters. Where are you? I know he would have been listed in here.
I love that during
Okay, Elrond. Okay, I skipped over.
there
him.
we
All right. Half Elven. Okay, this is partly with his brother Elros. Okay, because they name drop Elros as well. All right, in this series or the season, I should say. So half Elven Princess of Beleriand. So Elrond half Elven. That's his entire name. Hey, Mr. Bentham. Born in. I can need the light. Arvernian, on the coast of Beleriand in 542 of the First Age of the Sun, Elrond and Elros were the twin sons of Arundel and Elwing. After the War of Wrath, as the sons of a mortal hero and an elven princess, the Valar allowed the brothers to choose their fates. Elros chose to be mortal, although he was granted a lifespan of 5 centuries. At the beginning of the Second Age, Elros... Okay, I'm going to get to Elrond. Right here. Okay. Let me skip down a little bit, because I talked about Elros for a bit. However, when Eregion was overrun in 1697, this is in the Second Age, Elrond led the survivors to the foothills of the Misty Mountains, where he founded Rivendell, which was called Imladris in Elvish. In the last alliance of elves and men at the end of the Second Age, Elrond was Gil-galad's herald. Before Gil-galad died, he gave Elrond the ring Vilya, which was the ring of air and the greatest of the 3 elven rings. So it kind of like skips over the fact that Elrond was commander under Gil-galad.
Just
he was like a herald, but he was also a
fact.
commander. He was also a commander.
Mm-hmm.
So he was the one that would have led. He was the one who would have been, if we were to take this premise of this season, he's the one who would have led those elves on the quest for Sauron.
Exactly.
He's an actual commander.
It is so poorly written. Oh my word. They have taken pieces from characters and slapped them on different characters for no reason other than they wish to create the novel that Tolkien never wrote. Like, this is why Tolkien never wrote it this way, is because it would have flopped. It would have been ridiculed.
Yes. And because, again, you're talking about how, like, taking things from one character, giving them to other characters or so forth. Friend of the Dwarves. That was Celebrimbor. Celebrimbor was friend of the dwarves. He actually, learned from the dwarves. He befriended the dwarves. This is actually a time in Middle-earth history where elves and dwarves, all right, they weren't at each other's throats. There was no real animosity. They weren't exactly friends, or anything like that, but there was good relations. And Celebrimbor was an example of that because he learned from the dwarves. Dwarves showed him how to, because he wanted to be a master craftsman. He wanted to learn. He wanted to emulate Fëanor in that regard because he wanted to create something that hadn't been created before, like better than anything created ever before, pretty much. And one way to do that was to learn from the actual smiths of Middle-earth, the dwarves. So they take that away from him and give it to Elrond. Why?
Why?
Can you give me an answer? I don't know, because it's like, you to have that whole bromance form between Elrond and Prince Durin, which makes absolutely no sense.
Give it to me and give it to me raw. Like that. First off, that is the strangest sentence I think I've ever heard in cinema. Just out of the blue, completely out of context.
Yeah.
And number 2, it was straight a member berry for what Gollum said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's all it was. They were trying to make something funny, trying to make it entertaining for the normies that watch Peter Jackson's trilogy. That sparked a memory of Peter Jackson's trilogy. I really like that movie. So that means I'm going to like this show. That's all they're going for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. That's all they're going for. Because at the same time, it's like, to set up something that doesn't make sense. Again, like I said, the relationship between Elrond and Prince Durin. Because I have to be specific when I say that, because I can't just say Durin, because they break lore there.
Because there's King Durin.
And at the same time, it's like, it makes absolutely no sense, because you're telling me that Elrond is friend of the dwarves, but when Elrond gets there, he's basically told to bugger off. Because Elrond's the one who suggests going to the dwarves, even though Celebrimbor would have been the one to go, hey, I need more help, more manpower, essentially, to build this forge. I'm going to go to people I know. He would have come up with that. I'm not saying
he would have petitioned the king.
Yeah. He's like, hey, I know a way that we can get this forge built faster. Let me go talk to the dwarves.
That's how it would have played out. That's exactly how it would have played out. And what they did to Elrond is so bad. He is one of the coolest characters.
They made him effeminate. They made him effeminate. If you think about it, it's like
really did.
It's like, I know we only have Hugo Weaving to go off in terms of like looks for Elrond, but at the same time, it's like just his personality alone. Like I said, he's a commander. He's a leader. He was given the one ring of power by Gil-galad. So Gil-galad had enough faith in him, had enough trust in him to literally give him a ring of power. This Elrond in here, I'm not seeing anything of that. Like, what is he going to demonstrate to Gil-galad that he's even worthy of one of the rings of power? Because we're also going to be seeing Círdan in the next season, according to the showrunners, because he's one of the ones who holds a ring of power.
He holds the ring of fire.
Which he at one point held the
Gandalf. My apologies.
Yeah,
there are so many people with the name of C or G in this book. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, like we're gonna be seeing him, and according to the showrunners, their version of Círdan. But Círdan was also held a ring of power at one point, because like remember the opening of Fellowship of the Ring, and you see the elves with the two elves with Galadriel. One is Gil-galad, one is Círdan. Pretty much.
This is all they need to know about Círdan. When Beleriand was not sunk yet, there was a Grey Havens on the western coast. When Beleriand got sunk, guess what? He made another Grey Havens on the western coast. That's all you need to know about Círdan. Is that he's one of the oldest... he lived into
the Fourth Age before he decided to leave Middle Earth. Like, he was old.
He is one of the oldest elves ever. And so, I just, how are you going to butcher his character next? That's all.
The fact that they use the words "their version" tells me all I need to know.
That's it. That's all you need to know. Is their version of events, their version of how these characters act, how these characters lived. Just, it's wrong. It's wrong.
I didn't realize Will Poulter was supposed to play Elrond. I mean, I wouldn't have cast Will Poulter either, but I give him credit. He was smart enough to jump ship. Like, fuck this. This is not good. Yep. But anyways, okay, so we can get to the dwarves. Let's just talk about Finrod, because he's another one. He was barely seen in this entire season. We only really saw him in the first episode, because he was, again, reduced to a MacGuffin.
Yep.
Reduced to a MacGuffin, because we're following this chick right here. I'm not Galadriel. Galadriel in name only, Galadriel, we're following her. So basically they reduce Finrod to a plot device for Galadriel's motivation throughout this entire season. And even then her motivation's all over the place, because I'm like, in one scene she's hell-bent on tracking down Sauron and wanting to commit revenge to avenge her brother's death. But then another scene she's telling not Sauron, Hellbrand, not to kill Adar, because you don't want to do anything out of revenge or whatever. I'm not using the lines saying the line specifically, but that's essentially what she tells them. To like, just short of using the fucking Klingon proverb, "Revenge is a dish best served cold." That's what she tells Halbrand. I'm like, I saw that scene. We're gonna get into Finrod, but I was watching that scene and I was like, bitch, for 3 centuries you hunted down one man or one being.
And all you did was slaughter orcs and investigate things and really, really piss off the people that were following you.
Yeah. And then you're going to turn around and tell someone else not to avenge anything? When your whole purpose for 3 centuries at least was avenging your brother's death? All right, whatever. Oh yeah, character orc. Anyway. Finrod Felagund, a name he was given by the dwarves, I might add. Again, good when elves and the dwarves had good relations. Hey, Timon. Elven King. Okay, Finrod was an Elven King. Okay, we don't see that in the first episode. Right? We don't see that in the first episode. Elven King of Nargothrond. Born during the ages of Starlight in Eldamar, Finrod was the son of the Noldor prince Finarfin and husband of the Vanyar princess Amari. Although initially reluctant, Finrod was among those Noldor who pursued Morgoth to Middle-earth. In Beleriand, Finrod first built an elven tower on Tol Sirion, but later discovered a network of wonderful hidden caverns on the Norog River and built the mansions of the Norgothrond. Okay? I'm going to kind of skip a little bit because there's a lot. Okay?
He's a very influential king as well.
He's also one of the first one who chose to actually live amongst men, learn from men, and so forth. All right, because he knew Baron's father, and that's one of the reasons why Finrod met the NT Diz, because he went on a quest with Baron. All right, and here's the quest, basically, the quest of the Cimmeril. Okay. In 466, Finrod felt bound to aid him. He's talking about Baron's father, Barahir. Okay, felt like he had to aid him because, like, he was basically, how do I put this? Not that he owed Barahir, but, like, it's like because of their connections. He's like, I have to help his son. All right. Finrod felt bound to aid him. Attempting to overcome Sauron and the army of werewolves who occupied the elven tower Finrod himself had built on Tol Sirion, the Elf King engaged Sauron in Sorcerer's duel of Songs of Power. So it's not just like poetry reading, basically. It was like literally proving how powerful they were. And that's when Sauron figured out that Finrod, all right, is not a normal elf.
I like to very cheekily say they had a magic rap battle. That's what.
Yeah, that's like a cheeky way of putting it. But basically, it demonstrated to Sauron that Finrod was not a normal elf. It's like, like he was
very strong, very wise.
Very strong, very wise. There was like, he told Sauron, without knowing his identity, that there was like a royalty, like power that stems from royalty, birth, so forth in Finrod.
Yes.
And so basically, like I said, like, it's not just a poetry reading. Basically, it was like demonstrating power to each other. Right? Tragically, he was defeated and captured, held in the dungeons of the tower. Finrod was finally slain by a werewolf while attempting to defend Baron. So that's kind of like glosses over that. Finrod died defending Baron by killing the werewolf with his bare hands. Finrod had nothing but the chains he had, so all he could do was break free because Sauron ordered the werewolf that had killed the other men in the company to save Finrod for last, because, again, Sauron understood that there was power to this elf. Like not just like normal power that the elves held within Middle-earth, being the children of Iluvatar or anything. Like, there was power to Finrod. And Sauron felt that, order the werewolf, hey, save him for last, kill everyone else until I find out this elf's identity. So the werewolf was going after Baron. Baron was like the next to the last to die. Finrod breaks free of his chains and kills the werewolf with his bare fucking hands. And Trey's like, what a Chad. He was a Chad. Then you look at here, I'll skip because they show him in her, like, because when God, I keep skipping over shit. Hold on. I'm trying to show him because why does stuff skip over?
Which part?
When I show Finrod again, when Helbrand's in her mind, in Galadriel's mind.
You have to go backwards.
Backwards? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, yeah,
was
here.
Finrod first.
I'm trying to get a good image of him. This. This is what we're given.
He looks like a high school football jock. That's what he looks like.
Yeah.
From like an 80s movie.
Like one of the Chad of all Chads of elves. And this is what we get. Like, this is basically what I described his end to be. Like, actual end in the lore was. This is what we get.
This is what we get. A man that killed a werewolf with his bare freaking hands. Pardon me. An elf who killed a werewolf with his bare hands.
Yeah. And he was mortally wounded. and essentially went to heaven, went to Valinor. He was wounded, okay? So essentially, quote unquote, died from his wounds. But he went to Valinor, right? But saved the son of his friend, essentially, with his bare hands. Killed the werewolf. Look, he looks like a nerd. He looks like a fucking nerd.
It's so bad. It's so bad. All you can do is, well, all I can do is just laugh at it. It's so bad.
Yeah. And again, he was reduced to a plot point, a plot device for Galadriel. That's it. This is her older brother, because she had 3 older brothers. She's the youngest. One of her older brothers who chose to learn from the humans, live amongst men, like learn their language and so forth. Befriended Baron's father. All right. I think he also partook in a way in the first kinslaying, but like Galadriel, he chose to shun Feanor because of what Feanor was doing with the kinslaying and so forth. Chose to shun him, cast him aside, and so forth. He was a Chad. He just needs glasses. Yes, he was a Chad. He was a leader. He is Galadriel's brother, which would make him a prince, and he was also king.
He would have been in direct line of ascension as well.
Yeah, because the other two brothers were killed before, during the First Age, I believe. When I say kill, I mean during one of the War of the Jewels. During the War of the Jewels.
During the War of the Jewels, yes. Yep.
Yeah, Elven king. So he was, like you said, direct line.
Because you got Fingolfin, which was definitely a king.
Yeah.
Then you got Turgon, you got Fingon, which were both kings. You got Gil-galad, which was a king. And Gil-galad is also related to every single one of these elves as well.
Yeah.
they're all related. It's a fantastic lineage if you just sit down and trace it. It's fantastic. What they did to Finrod Felagund is disastrous.
Yeah, those first 2 episodes, like this part right here, what they did with this character was like my biggest what the fuck moments in the first 2 episodes. Like there was a lot to pick apart in the first 2 episodes that ticked me off, but this was like the start of the lore breaking in this season. It was right here with Finrod, what they did to him. And that should have been a sign for me, but I was like, okay, I'll be watching all these episodes, see what they do. And then there was like a hold my beer moment with the Mithril. Like, you thought we fucked up with Finrod. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is what happens when Iluvatar allows bullying to happen in Valinor. Yeah, when Iluvatar doesn't step in, or at least one of the Ainur doesn't step in and go, break it the fuck up.
And what I don't understand is these, to that comment's point, Iluvatar, like what Roberto said, Iluvatar was very active in Valinor. Very active. When Aule created the dwarves,
mm-hmm.
It was Iluvatar that came to investigate and knew exactly what had happened as soon as Aule had created them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one of my breakdown streams, and you were in the chat, because Aule was ready to
destroy them.
Yeah, he was ready to destroy them. And when Iluvatar saw the dwarves recoil, which told Iluvatar that they were sentient, they understood what was going to happen to them, he stopped Aule. He said, okay, you're not going to kill them, but they can't be awake before my children are.
Yep.
All right? So Iluvatar, the whole scenario where the children are bullying Galadriel, he would have known that was going on. And he would have either investigated himself, or he would have sent, Aule, Manwë, one of the Ainur to go there and, you have to stop this. This will not do in Valinor.
Are there any other named elves in this series? I don't think there are. I think we've covered all the elves
Yeah, I
besides
think
Arondir, but Arondir is completely fabricated anyway, so I don't really care about Arondir. And
yeah.
I want to point out that
Only Feanor is the one that's mentioned, but his name is just dropped pretty much.
yeah,
That's
his
it.
name is dropped, and then his hammer is shown, Feanor's hammer.
Yeah, when he
That's
used to create the Cimmerals, and that's it.
yeah, that's it. And I want to point out that the news media, they wanted to focus, quote unquote, that people that didn't like the series because of Disa and Arondir. Disa being a black, purely because she is a black female dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
And they also wanted to have a caveat without a beard. That was the reason why we didn't like Disa. And then we didn't like Arondir because he was a black elf. They focus on first off the skin color to get the racism. Then they focus on the female empowered dwarf for the patriarchy angle. And then they want to try and twist the lore. They want to try and twist the lore because Disa would have had a beard very similar to Durin's, Prince Durin's. And they wanted to say that we were wrong specifically because of a book that was released, I want to point out, after John Tolkien's death and after Chris Tolkien's death. That book, The Nature of Middle-earth, is where they get a footnote from the fucking editor. So that means it is the editor inputting his own words into Tolkien's story, into Tolkien's lore. That is what we're talking about. They're trying to defend Disa not having a beard because an editor said that she shouldn't have one.
Yeah. See, I would have, when I say accepted Arondir, I'm not saying that I would have excused his character, right? I would have accepted him if they made him like a half-elf.
Yeah.
Where his like mother or father was like human or whatever, and like the other one was an elf, and he took on the elven quality, so we had the ears and so forth. I would have accepted that.
And they want to try and pin the quote-unquote hate that Rings of Power is getting purely on those two characters. No. We have spoken for over an hour on many different characters: Galadriel, Sauron, Elendil, we'll talk about him in a second, Elrond, Gilgalad, Celebrimbor, and now we're talking about Finrod. We're talking about named characters that have a lore in the Legendarium.
Yeah. And I would like to also point out that they're white, and we've been bitching about them a lot longer than we've talked about Arondir.
And every single review that I see, whether that's from Disparu or Gary from Nerdrotic, or if I hear it on FNT, or if I watch your reviews, Mara, or even in my reviews, not once is the skin color mentioned for why we don't like this series. We don't like this series because it diverts from the lore. It diverts from what made Tolkien Tolkien.
And like I also pointed out, as others have pointed out, that like, you know, there were dwarves that had darker skin. So it's not like I would have not have accepted that actress playing a dwarf. I would have preferred that she had had a beard, but I would not have been against that actress playing a dwarf if they had shown dwarves in other regions of Middle-earth. But they chose Khazad-dûm because of the member berries, the name recognition. And I'm like, she would not be there. They're described specifically a specific way. Just put her somewhere else. The Easterlands, the Haredim. You have diversity right there, but they chose the member berries route. And like that, but they ignore us saying that, and they just use them as Trey puts it, that Operation Human Shield. They just use them as political props to paint the Tolkien fandom as racist, even though we're pointing out, no, there are dark-skinned dwarves. Like I pointed out, I would have accepted Arondir as a half-elf, because I'm not expecting all of Middle-earth to have just white humans or anything like that. I can buy that there are other skin colors, even though it's and so forth. I would have accepted it, but they chose to make him 100% elf. They chose to give him a fade. And I'm like, where's there a barber in Middle-earth? Where's there a barber in Valinor? Hey, Michelle.
The barber.
I'm looking at this like a lot of what I'm complaining about, at least with the elves.
I know
Elves
the
and
barber.
the Lord.
I know the barber. It's Galadriel with her brother's dagger. That's who the barber is.
Yeah, like lore breaking aside. One of my biggest complaints with the elves was like, where the fuck is there a barber? At least Gilgalad looks like okay. Yeah, I'm not really happy with like the little fade that he has at the sides, but at least he has long hair. At least he has long hair. You have Finrod with okay, the prep school look. Celebrimbor looking like he's like belongs in the 80s show. Elrond with how to put it, like, you know, short of a Justin Bieber haircut. And then okay, and the other elves that are mentioned. Yeah.
And I must say that the male dwarves, they look the most accurate.
Yeah, okay, we'll be getting into that shortly. Because there are other male elves, but each one of them had short hair, and I'm like, even
Arondir's like captain,
yeah,
the one that gets shot as he exits the pit, he has a short manicured hairstyle.
Yeah, and like if they actually listen to us, we're like, this doesn't make any sense because the elves are described a certain way. Here's this, here's this. It has nothing to do with skin color. Again, I can't beat the dead horse enough, and I know like Scandrel says like they like to beat the dead horse about accusing us of racism. All right, I would not have had any issue with Arondir if he had been a half elf, because I'm not going to sit here and expect that all of humans on Middle Earth at this point are white. Majority of them would be white because the lore itself of Middle Earth is a mythology for Europe. All right. Like Middle Ages Europe, things like that. Britain, right? Tolkien wanted to create a mythology, so I get that, but I would not be against other skin colors on Middle Earth and humans. So I would not be against Arondir being a half elf who happens to be a darker skin because his father and mother was whatever. And but he at least looked biracial. He doesn't. That would be my problem. Like, you know, I'd be fine with it. Hey, happy birthday, Skirmitar.
Yes, happy birthday, Skirmitar.
Yeah, so the Zohan, yes, pretty much. That's what he looks like, the Zohan. That's what he fucking looks like. Elrond's hairstyle.
We only needed like a gasoline fire scene. That's what we needed. That's exactly what we needed.
But anyway, so let's talk about the dwarves real fast. Let's talk about the dwarves, because there are only really 3 to talk about, because that's the only ones that they introduced amongst the dwarves, other than the 2 dwarf lords when Prince Durin is trying to get them to allow them to dig for the Mithril. That's it. But the primary ones that we are only given any connection to is King Durin, Prince Durin, and Disa. All right.
First impressions. What were your first impressions of all 3 of those characters, one by one?
First impressions of all 3 of those characters. Again, not trying to sound like I'm praising this season or the series, but first impressions was they were probably the best in terms of acting, in terms of at least putting an effort into their roles. All right. I did have a problem with the actress playing Disa only because she cannot perfect an accent at all to save her life, but at the same time, Prince Durin in particular, all right, I actually chuckled at some of his lines. He had presence when he was in the scene and so forth. That actually is more akin to the actor himself versus the character, all right? In the first 2 episodes alone, I wanted to go back to Moria. I wanted to go back to Khazad-dûm because I was bored stiff with the elves. How you make me bored stiff with the race I would like to be, even though I'm not tall enough to be, I have no idea. I was like, get back to the dwarves. They're lore-breaking galore, but get back to the dwarves. That was my first impressions with their introduction. Again, they lore break, particularly with the Durin name, because there would not be 2 Durins at the same time. But at least I was like, okay, I'm at least engaged with these characters, so go back to them. So what was your first impressions with them?
My first impressions were I loved Durin and Disa, Prince Durin and Disa. I loved those 2 characters in the first 2 episodes. They were the best part about, like, because they premiered episode 1 and 2 together, so I consider them to be part 1 and part 2
Yeah.
of the premiere.
Mhm.
I out of those 2 episodes, best part, no doubt, hands down. Then Disa started to go downhill the more and more I listened to her, and the more and more because I rewatched twice, at least twice every single episode, so I was
Mhm.
knowledgeable when I spoke about it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
each time I would watch Disa on screen, I was less and less enthused, less and less enthusiastic about it. But that didn't change for Durin until he had the give it to me raw line. Then I was just like, okay, he's just a caricature now. Like
Yeah.
he could have had been a serious character, but I see
Mhm.
now that in season 2 they're just going to continue having him be the comic relief. He's
Yeah.
gonna be like the Mary of the cast. Mary and Pippin were definitely the funny ones, but they had a couple touching moments.
Mhm.
That's what we like about Merry and Pippin. They're going to try to emulate that with Durin. They're going to try to throw in a little bit of like the nostalgia for Gimli.
Mhm.
And I don't like that for his character. He should be unique. He should be his own character. He should not be compared in any way to any of the Peter Jackson portrayals from his characters in the Lord of the Rings movies.
Yeah. I agree with
Uh,
you there. Like, as like the first impressions, I was like, get back to the dwarves, but then same time, it's like you're still killing the one character that you introduced, or like one of the characters that you introduced who would have had potential in keeping people engaged.
yep. And for King Durin, my first impression of him was it was almost perfect. That's how I envisioned a dwarf king, was from this portrayal of King Durin, because we don't get that with Thorin Oakenshield. We don't get that with Thorin's father.
Mhm.
And we barely see that with Thorin's grandfather in the Hobbit trilogy that Peter Jackson produced.
Mhm.
But then that also went downhill when he disowns his own son.
Yeah, I was like,
A
I saw it. I
dwarf
was like,
would
what?
not do that. A
No.
dwarven king would not do. Family was very important to Tolkien.
Mhm.
Family was very important to every single creation that Tolkien made. It was important to the men,
Mhm.
to the humans. It was important to the hobbits. It was, well, the hobbits are technically human if you read into what Tolkien says about them. But anyways,
Mhm.
it's important to men. It's important to elves, dwarves, and hobbits.
Mhm. Yeah.
It is important to the Haradrim. It's important to the Easterlings. It's important to the men of Gondor, the men of Arnor. Like everywhere you go, family is important. So why in the world would you have a dwarven king disown his only heir that we have seen?
And then on top of that, have that heir's wife talk about taking that king down.
Exactly. She went full Sith Lord.
Yeah, she
She
did.
went
She
full
went full Sith Lord.
Palpatine.
She went like basically like she's going to be the proverbial power behind the throne, so to speak. That's how she's kind of setting herself up as, or at least
And
all the writers are setting herself up as. And it's like,
and with that speech and how there was no pushback from Durin for the way his wife was speaking about his father, the king, there was no pushback. None. It shows that she wears the pants in that relationship, which would not have happened in a dwarven relationship.
no,
Because whether you like it or not, the dwarves were a portrayal of what the true patriarchy was like.
yeah, pretty much. I mean, not pretty much, but it was like, so like Disa would have. She wouldn't exactly would have been. She wouldn't not have been submissive or anything like that, but um she would have followed what her husband decided. Um, she would have would have followed what the king had decided and so forth. She would not be the let's just work behind the scenes. We have to take your father down.
Yep, there would
Um,
have been no scheming. And I've been pointing this out in every review that I've produced and published on my YouTube channel. They want Game of Thrones. This is what they want. They want the court intrigue. So what do we have? We have Gil-galad and Celebrimbor scheming against the dwarves.
Yeah.
They are using Elrond to get close to the dwarves with his relationship with Durin that is now, like, there was a 20-year gap between when Elrond and Durin knew each other and were friends, and they're trying to rekindle that, and that is Elrond and Durin's friendship arc. But we have on top of this King Durin telling Prince Durin not to trust Elrond because he is being used by the elves, which he's correct about. And then you have Celebrimbor, who is the direct lord right now of Elrond, and you have the High King Gil-galad, who is the direct lord of Celebrimbor. Both of them are telling Elrond to get close to Durin so that they can get an unlimited supply of labor and an unlimited supply of Mithril, so that they can, quote unquote, not fade away.
Mm-hmm.
And I have that pulled up in the appendices of it's speaking on the Third Age. This is the timeline. These were the fading years of the Eldar. They're using that one sentence, and that is how they have contrived this entire plot point that Mithril is going to save the elves by not having them fade away.
Yeah, pretty much. Which is, again, that makes absolutely no sense. Because that's the Third Age. That's when it began to fade, not the Second Age.
And as we know, the Third Age was started because Sauron was defeated with the last alliance of men and elves.
Yes.
So we're in the Second Age right now, as it's been said.
We're supposed to be, but then they bring stuff from the First Age and the Third Age.
Yes. Makes no sense.
No.
It is a contrived plot point, and it is going to ruin the relationships that the elves and men had throughout the First and Second Age, and it's going to ruin the entire plot of the Third Age. They are, and George the Giant Slayer has said it best. They are destroying Tolkien. They are trying to, anyway. They are trying to destroy Tolkien.
Mm-hmm. So, but Skirmitar, to your question real fast, I see others answering you, and I'm getting a chuckle out of the responses for this question. But in all seriousness, the memes about the meat thing stem from a line where Prince Durin is telling Elrond basically to be upfront with them. In so many words, to be upfront with them, be honest with me, pretty much. But the phrase Prince Durin says is, "Give me the meat and give it to me raw." One of the worst fucking lines ever.
And he's, in layman's terms, give it to me straight. Tell me the truth.
Be honest. Give it to me straight.
But they said it. They said this stupid line in such a comical way. It took away the meaning and the purpose of that entire scene.
Like how I would have constructed that scene, because like Durin once, like going with the false premise that Elrond has any relationship with the dwarves at this point. All right. Going with that premise, I would have had Elrond start to give his spiel about why and so forth, and I would have had Prince Durin stop him and says, "So, friends do not hide anything." That's what I would have said, or something along those lines, because they're going with the premise that Prince Durin, and Elrond were friends. So I would have had Durin stop Elrond and say, "Friends don't hide anything."
And I must point out,
Durin is picking up that Elrond is not being entirely truthful.
Yep. And the entire time that this is happening, they're being spied on by Gil-galad. Once again, a Game of Thrones trope.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or not trope, but they are copying Game of Thrones with that. Because that is going to be brought up next season. And if it's not, then why in the world was Gil-galad in that scene?
We keep saying, like, why did this happen? Why did this happen? And, like, it doesn't make absolutely sense. And, like, yes, where it says, I'm trying to... Straightforward and simple. You don't have to be comical. You don't have to use any puns or anything. I would just say simply, friends don't hide anything. It alludes back to the fact that they're friends, and alludes to the fact that Durin is picking up that Elrond's not being completely truthful with them in that straightforward line, in that simple line. And then Elrond would have been honest with them. But then we had the meat line. That's what it is. Yeah, they have to be. I don't know why they think that because they're. when I say emulating Tolkien, I'm not like they are actually aren't, but they seem to think like, oh, that, like, it'll be very Tolkienian if we have them be very ornate in their language. And I'm like, did you read the books? Tolkien was a master of linguistics, but he wasn't exactly ornate.
No, and he didn't copy Shakespeare either. And he
No.
didn't copy an Irish accent. He didn't copy a Scottish accent. He
No.
barely even copied a British accent that he would have grown up with. He wrote like a writer. He wrote the way you're supposed to write the English language because he was a master of it.
Yeah.
And that is why Tolkien has lasted this long. That is why he's going to last 100 more years. That is why he's always going to pull in a new generation of fans, a new generation of audience, because of the way he wrote. That is why.
Yes. All right. So, like, I have lore breaking as a separate, but let's just talk about Mithril, because that was a whole connection with the dwarves, pretty much. And then we find out that the reason why that Elrond has been sent to, at least like with the Game of Thrones intrigue, that even though he's the one who comes up with going to the dwarves, somehow Gil-galad and Celebrimbor had their own little plan up their sleeve, but they wouldn't have had that plan if Elrond hadn't said. You see, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, we gotta backtrack a little bit, all right? Celebrimbor, in name only Celebrimbor in this season, wants to build a forge. Why, we don't know. He's very mysterious about it, but he wants to build a forge and it has to be done by spring. And he needs the labor to do it. And he doesn't have that right now. Okay? So, Elrond is the one who suggests going to the dwarves. Now, if we're to believe that Gil-galad and Celebrimbor had this plan all along, we're kind of being led to believe that Celebrimbor would have put the thought in Elrond's head, but that is not how the scene played out. Elrond just had the thoughts to go to the dwarves. So when did Celebrimbor and Gil-galad have it up their sleeves to use the Mithril?
Oh my gosh.
I'm just trying to think about this. The way the scene is set up, I would have... I'm not saying I would have bought it as I would have accepted it, but if Celebrimbor had kind of like... Yes, it would have been a butchering of his character, but if he had kind of like led Elrond to suggesting that going to the dwarves, that would have told me that, okay, yes, Celebrimbor that's where Celebrimbor is using Elrond. But Celebrimbor in that scene is like, okay, he's like, I need the manpower, and if Elrond had not suggested the dwarves, where would Gil-galad and Celebrimbor have been at that point?
Where? That's a perfect question.
Because it all stems on getting access to the Mithril, and the dwarves have access to it. Well, they don't have quite access to it, but they've found it. And that's the whole premise we're led to believe that's behind Gil-galad's and Celebrimbor's motivation. But we don't find that out until later, so I'm led to believe, like, what if Elrond had not suggested the dwarves? Would they have...
Exactly. Now... I have the passage brought up the first time that Gandalf talks about Mithril.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the dictionary definition of Mithril from the book?
Well, I can bring up the site online, but here, let me see if is it in this book? I don't think it is in this book. I would also not all the terms are in here. No, this is not cover Mithril.
I would also like to point out that Mithril isn't. I just did a Control F on my ebook of the Silmarillion. Mithril is mentioned one time in the appendices.
Yeah,
and it is just well,
here I got my copy of the Silmarillion. So I love this. I need manpower. Best I can do is Galadriel on a horse.
Exactly. It's mentioned like how Tolkien wants you to pronounce certain words and like this is for Ril. It's like brilliance in Idril, Silmaril, also in Anduril, the sword of Aragorn, and in Mithril. And quote in parentheses, Mithril is just Moria silver. So that is the only time that it's mentioned in the Silmarillion. Now I have Control F'd on my ebook of the Lord of the Rings, the 1-volume edition. It is mentioned 27 times throughout the entirety of the Lord of the Rings. This is
This is what he's talking about, Chad. This is where is it? Real. All right, you can't really see it, but there, right there's.
Yep, that's the evidence right there, and that's in a physical copy. So I am not speaking falsely.
Yes.
So this is the passage, and it's where Sam asks Gandalf, "Then what do the dwarves want to come back for?" Speaking of why are they coming back to Moria? For Mithril, answered Gandalf, "The wealth of Moria was not in gold and jewels, the toys of the dwarves, nor in iron, their servant. Such things they found here, it is true, especially iron, but they did not need to delve for them. All things that they desired they could obtain in traffic. For here alone in the world was found Moria silver, or true silver, as some have called it. Mithril is the elvish name. The dwarves have a name which they do not tell." They don't say the name, and yet Prince Durin says it in episode 5.
Yeah.
And they try to translate it as like something like some stupid style of dust. Its worth was 10 times that of gold. And now, next page. And now it is beyond price, for little is left above ground. And even the orcs dare not delve here for it.
I got to be right back at my cat out.
Okay. The loads lead away north towards Caradhras and down to the darkness. The dwarves tell no tale, but even as Mithril was the foundation of their wealth, so also it was their destruction. They delved too greedily and too deep, and disturbed that from which they fled, Durin's bane. Of what they brought to light, the orcs have gathered nearly all, and given it to tribute to Sauron, who covets it. So that means that Mithril vest, that Mithril shirt, that Bilbo had first, and then Frodo got, that means that is a prized possession. That is why it's beyond price, because now that the orcs control Moria,
it a kingly gift. Like that was a kingly gift.
Exactly, it's a kingly gift, and who has control of almost? I'm going to go ahead and just throw an obscure, like a number that I can't verify, but I'm going to go ahead and say 85% of the Mithril Sauron, the Dark Lord, owns.
Oh, shut up, Bosat. All right, yeah, good. Yeah.
So that is the ore that we're talking about. That is the precious ore that they have retconned into meaning stone imbued with light. So, but I'm like, I'm sure others have said this, but like, during my breakdowns, if that's the case with Mithril and it heals Middle Earth, and all Frodo would have had to do is just flash his way through Mordor. Exactly.
And I'm like, that's not the only reason that the elves coveted Mithril is because it was beautiful. They wanted to put it in jewelry and decorate doorways and things like that. It had nothing to do at all with their essence. Nothing whatsoever to do with their essence. And that had nothing to do with healing Middle Earth. It was an ore. It was a precious ore, but it was an ore. That's it. And you brought up Durin's Bane, which is the Balrog. Because they dug too greedily and too deep. And guess what they showed in this season? Guess what's already awake?
But this freaking Balrog is just taking a light snooze. He's not in a hibernation. He's not in a coma. He's just, it's just a little bit of a snooze. And he's able to be woken up by the echo of a dwarven voice and the fluttering of a leaf.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, I saw that and I was like, then what's stopping this Balrog from taking out Cause of Doom right now? He's awoken.
And what are they gonna do next season? Because this is a plot point for next season. Yeah. Like King Durin has disowned Prince Durin. I think that Prince Durin has a brother. I think he has a brother. I'm not positive. I think a brother was mentioned. I'm not sure. But
I can't remember if a brother was mentioned or not. I don't remember the show that well.
They're going to have, either way, they're going to have a plot point between King Durin and Prince Durin. They're going to reopen the mine shaft. Most likely. They have to. And then they're going to start excavating Mithril at an expedited rate. Yeah. And I guarantee you that there will be I want to say, I really want to say, and I want to guarantee you guys that Elrond or Celebrimbor is going to witness the Balrog awakening, or he's going to witness the Balrog charging through Khazad-dûm, and he's going to run away scared. One or the other, or maybe it'll be both.
I don't know. At this point, anything's possible because they've set it up to the point where it's like I can see it happening either way, and I would not be surprised at either approach, pretty much. So it's like, won't they claim Mithril holds a Balrog in place and so shouldn't be mine? I can see them claiming that. If you're talking about the showrunners, I can see them claiming that, and why the dwarves didn't mind the Mithril, or dug too deep for it. Okay, so Harfoot says I think Disa mentions Durin having a couple brothers. So, but basically no names and just in a throwaway line. So if that's the case, then they're gonna have to be shown, because where are his brothers? Are they dead? Are they older than him? Is he the oldest? Because he's assuming that he's next in line, because he was given his father's name, and even that breaks lore. But where are they?
Lineage was so important to Tolkien.
Yeah.
As we've just described with the many different Durins and the lineage of the dwarves, as well as the lineage of the elves, and the lineage of men is I would say even of more importance if you just look at how many kings of Numenor there were.
Oh yeah.
And it all trickles down into the Dunedain, which trickles down into Aragorn.
Mm-hmm. And here's the Durin. Okay, this is why there would not be two Durins at the same time. Okay, there would not be. It's not as important as the lineage is. There would not be two Durins at the same time. It is not just a name that is just passed down from father to son or whatever it is. And no, I'm not going to kick Arkasul, but thank you, Trucker Grob, for being here. Okay, Dwarf King of Khazad-dûm. Durin the First was the first and eldest of the 7 fathers of the dwarves who were conceived by Aule the Smith in the Ages of Darkness. King Durin the First's realm was Khazad-dûm, the greatest dwarf kingdom, which was found beneath the Misty Mountains. After the destruction of Beleriand, at the end of the First Age of the Sun, the histories of elves and men primarily tell us of the dwarves of Durin's line. Durin lived to such a great age that he was called Durin the Deathless. The name was also a reference to the belief that he would be reincarnated 7 times as king of his people, and each time he would take the name of Durin. So it's not just a name that's passed down from father to son. Alright? I could buy when I say buy, I'm not saying excuse, but buy there being one Durin in this show. Either the king or the prince.
Yep. One or the other.
One or the other. That's it. But there would not be a King Durin and the Prince Durin at the same time. Maybe the elves and dwarves battle over Mithril. I would not put it past these showrunners. I would not put that fucking past these showrunners at this point. They've shown that anything stupid is possible with them.
Oh my gosh.
That's what they've demonstrated. Any stupid shit you can think of is possible with them. All right?
I know that there was the king of Mirkwood and the king of Lothlorien, because there were 2 elven kings for those regions. I could see one of those 2 leading an army against the dwarves, and it's the plot point is it's a complete misunderstanding. One was disrespected, or one disrespected the other, yada yada yada, and then all of this. I could see that happening, and I would laugh so hard.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be the greatest thing.
I love this comment. It would be an epic battle, 3 dwarves fighting 3 elves.
Exactly. Oh, Trey Courtney.
Yeah, I saw Trey's comment.
That's true.
Wait, hold on. What? Thank you for the $10, but would you say $10? What? Kick you for $10?
Yeah. I said $10. Take it or leave it. So I guess now you have to kick me.
Well, then I had to give the price. You want me to kick Arkasul?
Set your price. Set your price.
Oh shit.
Factor in the 10 bucks.
200.
Okay, $190 right there.
Yeah. All right. Marcus Will gets kicked. I'm not saying how long he gets kicked. I'm just saying he gets kicked. Right, but we're pretty much like let's just jump to Numenor, right? Because there's really a lot of what transpires with the dwarves like revolves around the lore breaking with the Mithril, pretty much at this point, and the lore breaking with the disowning father to son, and so forth, and the power grab from Disa, or like the attempt of the power grab. Trigger I could, but that would be mean. Oh, now you have a what's it called? Now your conscience is speaking, isn't that right?
What happened to Trucker Rob? This is not the Trucker Rob I know.
Like I could, but that would be mean. Now he has a crisis of conscience. He just throws $10 in and says, "Arcs at $10, here, kick him." Now he has a crisis of conscience.
Oh, Numenor. I love Numenor so much. It is but didn't you love how when they're floating through the little canal going towards the port that you just see faces carved into the mountainside for no reason?
Yeah, no reason. I was like, that's like, again, member berries. Oh, you remember the falls, right? From the Fellowship of the Ring?
Here we go. This is what you get. And then they have like 50 boats in a harbor that can barely hold 25.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like. It looks so overcrowded. I said this in my review that when you're looking at Numenor, it does not look like the grand, spacious empire that the Numenorians would have had. They were an empire. They were a kingdom. They would have had that prestige. It looks like an overflowing favela. That's what it looks like. All of the buildings stacked up on one on top of the other.
It's so and it's also so confined. Like this is not a small island. Like Numenor was an island to the west of Middle Earth, and it's so contained in what they've shown. It doesn't feel grand at all. Like you said, it's like built on top of each other, like the buildings, and like
feels congested.
Yeah, like. There's only one area that you see outside of like where like all the scenes primarily take place, and that's when they go to that library. But even then, it still feels small in scale because again, like this island is not small; it's a kingdom, right? It's royal lineages, and I felt nothing grandiose about it.
And
we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we talk about the Southlanders.
And then we get to the wonderful MacGuffin that is that elvish library.
Yeah.
Where is that even located at?
They don't even indicate that. It's like I can't stress this enough. I would not buy it necessarily, but at least I would be closer to understanding it because of Elendil's connection to the faithful. And they dropped the faithful term, but it goes nowhere. Like, what's the faithful supposed to be? They don't elaborate on that. Because Elendil's the one that takes Galadriel to this library. So it makes sense that Elendil would know where it is, but at the same time, it's like, it's just there, and then it's forgotten about. That would at least would have shown a connection to the faithful, to what Elendil's name means, and that is elf friend.
And they have butchered the aesthetic of Numenor. Like those boats look ridiculous. Though, like, I hate to make this comparison because it's unfair to House of the Dragon, but the boats in House of the Dragon look so superior to Rings of Power boats. I saw a meme where it was like, this is how the Rings of Power boats were able to transport all of those supplies, equipment, horses, and men. And it had like 5 different levels, so it looked like a reverse iceberg is what it looked like.
Yeah, pretty much did.
And I oh my gosh. The moob armor. Can we talk about the moob armor for a split second?
Okay, real fast. Yeah. Go ahead.
That has got to be the dumbest looking armor I have ever seen. Let alone that the under padding, like the actual clothing underneath the armor, was just a t-shirt with a printed chainmail scheme on the shirt. That's all that was. And then you have moob armor,
Yeah.
which was very unflattering on both the men and the women. And oh my gosh, I feel bad thinking about this again.
So I think I only have episode. Hold on, I have like episode 7 up. I'm trying to see. I think. Hold on, I gotta answer this phone call. Hold on 1 second.
All right. Oh, this is the Arc of Soul show now. Like, if you kick me now, Trucker Rob, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen, Rob? Huh? Are you gonna try to kick me? I'll leave the fucking studio if you send it in now. I bet you won't, Rob.
You're tempting him. But I was just gonna try to see if there's shots of the armor, because I don't have any episodes prior to that because I deleted them. Like this right here. This is like you can't see it, but look how cheap that looks.
It looks so cheap.
Look at the full. I mean, I in my breakdowns I've said that of the characters that are quote unquote likable, this actor is one of them. It's in name only Elrond, but at least he puts an effort into it. But I'm looking at the folds on the armor. That's not armor. That's not even good leather armor. Look at that. You see the folds where it's like his arms are bent.
Yep. And I understand that people are going to they're going to point out that Elendil the Tall, he was called the Tall.
Yeah.
And he's apparently supposed to be between 7 foot and 8 foot tall, or actually 7'5" is what I've heard. And
yeah,
I'm like, I'm fine.
6'4". So
yeah, I am fine with the portrayal that this actor has. I don't even remember his name. He is that uninteresting.
Mm-hmm.
So I am fine with his portrayal of Elendil. I think he comes across as a little bland. He could have done a better job, but I bet you he did do a good job. It's just the way that they edited the videos together, the episodes, and the way that they shot the scenes were very, very unflattering, not just to him, but to everyone involved.
Yeah, like right here, this shot here, like again, I have to go a little bit further in, but see the folds underneath his arms? Folds where the queen has her arms bent. So, like I said, I know I'm sounding a little too nice when I'm kind of defending it, but at the same time, it's like he comes across to me as at least putting in some effort, and I don't want to entirely put blame on him because a lot of that is also the direction given per the episode whenever he is doing his scenes, as well as the editing. So I have no idea what all is being edited out in terms of these characters. So I can only go off of what they chose to keep in and show us, pretty much. And he and Prince Durin are the only ones that at least held my attention. He's a little too bland, like you point out. He is a little too bland in some scenes, but at the same time, it's like I felt like, at least in most instances, he was trying. But given what he was given, in terms of the dialogue, there's only so much he can do. Everyone else, I'm not saying they were phoning it in, but you have the Queen, Muriel, rolling her R's. Why?
Rolling the R's. For what reason?
I don't know. It's like I can't even do it. Sometimes I can do it, but like I can't but Mordor. I can't even do it. I can't even do it. Just say Mordor.
It's always on accident for me whenever that happens.
Yeah, Muriel. That's it. Like there's no. I can't do it. It sounds like whenever I try to do it, it sounds like I have something in my throat that I'm trying to hawk up.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes no sense. Yeah, like this. Muriel. Middle Earth. I can't. Sauron. It's just like, what? It's Sauron.
And it's just, it's one of those things that they truly did not pay attention to. Well, it further exemplifies how they did not pay attention to any of the lore, because they call Queen Mithril a queen regent.
Yeah. Again,
Because
I pointed out she's not a regent.
But here's what I found out. They're trying to say that she is a regent because she is serving in the place of her father that was deposed. That is, first off, that is not what a regent does. And secondly,
he's not deposed in this season.
Yeah,
he's sick, but he's not deposed. He's still technically the ruler.
But what about the conversation about that Ar-Pharazôn has with his son in the market? He says that you did this once before when Muriel's father tried to revert back to the faithful. What is he talking about? What did Pharazôn do? Did he keep the peace? And so I took that as the Tar Palantir being deposed and Muriel being put in his spot. And then later on, because now Tar Muriel is blinded, this is going to give Ar-Pharazôn ammunition to fuel the rage of the Numenorian people, and he is going to be able to become the Golden King next season.
Yeah, that makes sense. Again, completely breaking lore, and why he in the lore he does usurp the throne, but it wasn't for this. It was just oh my god, fucking hell, I'm getting headache.
Okay, let's move on. So Pharazôn is a little snake. We know this.
I'm saying, even in lore, he's a snake. So I'm not trying to say that they are at least in personality, they do have our Pharazôn right. He is,
he has a son. He has a son.
Yeah, I'm saying they made him old enough to be Father Time. Give him a son, which is non-canonical. He's not old. He doesn't have a son, and he usurps the throne by forcing Tar Muriel into marriage, and thus her name gets changed as a result of that, and that's how he assumes power, because he's just a power-hungry asshole.
Yep, that's it. That is literally it. He just wanted to be king. And so we have the two monarchs, basically, Tar Muriel and then Pharazôn. He should be king, but he's not. He's just a man of the people, man. He's got the people's best interest at heart, man.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna get the Golden King. I have a very, very good feeling that we're gonna get the Golden King next season. At least by season 3, we're gonna get the Golden King. But they have to. There is no way by their own fucking timeline that they can get by without having the Golden King next season. They can't do it. They literally cannot do that.
Because they ended this season with her father's death.
With her father's death and with Muriel being blinded, meaning that she won't be able to lead as a she may be able to be a competent ruler.
Yeah.
But she won't be able to lead her people into battle. And that's what he's going to take on. He is going to take on the military role. And that is going to supplant him on the throne.
Yeah. Okay, now we're bringing up another thing that he did. The reason that they give for the Numenorians not liking the elves. This is where the identity politics came in earlier in the season. Solely because the elves are taking their jobs. Why? Because one damn elf entered your shores.
One elf. The first elf in generations.
Yes. Who is again female, who wants to get back to Middle-earth, has given no reason whatsoever for them to think that she wants their jobs. The only one who wants a job on Numenor at this point is Halbrand. Because he wants to stay there. Nowhere does she even... Jeremiah says, nowhere does she even ask for a job. She wants to get back to Middle-earth. She's trying to get a boat. But now, all of a sudden, the elves are taking the Numenorians' jobs from them.
Which doesn't make any sense at all. Because the Numenorians, yes, they were prideful. Yes, the Numenorians were powerful in their own right. They were also very jealous of the elves.
For their immortality.
But it was just for their immortality.
That's it. I'm not saying like the Numenorians were like that they were like sinless or anything like that, because they had pride, were jealous, but it had nothing to do at all with anything that the elves were doing to the Numenorians. It's just because the elves lived a long time, and the Numenorians wanted that. But
this whole thing is trying to understand the way that they're going is making my head hurt.
Just forgetting the actual lore, just in storytelling alone, it makes absolutely no fucking sense. Because again, it's just one elf in generations has made it to their shores, and that's only because this man here, Elendil, plucked her from the sea and brought her with them. Now all of a sudden the elves are going to try to take the Numenorians' jobs, where the elves themselves don't really fucking care about Numenor at this point.
They don't. They literally do not care.
They have their own problems. They don't care. Just in storytelling alone, they do not care.
And in this story, in Rings of Power lore, it's the elves have such a large problem with their quote-unquote fading away from Middle Earth. If this quote-unquote corruption that is afflicting the tree in Lindon is not solved with Mithril, like that is such a large problem. I don't think that they're going to try to take some fucking jobs from Numenorians.
No, they're not. I'm saying, like, just in storytelling alone, it makes absolutely no sense. It makes absolutely no sense, because what would give these Numenorians any reason to think that the elves would be taking their jobs, the way this scenario is set up? The only way that I could imagine, I'm not trying to write the fucking show for them, but the only way that I would buy it, in a sense, if Farazan, this little snake in the grass that he is, planted that idea in them.
Yes. Okay. All
right. And stoked that. All right. I'm not saying it would have been as fast as it was, but started stoking that to turn the Numenorians against the elves, and that would make sense later on, because like what our Farazan does, he tries to take on the Valinor and takes on the Valar.
Here's a thought. Let's since we're kind of writing the story for them. Halbrand is Sauron. We see Halbrand in Mordor watching Mount Doom erupt. What if he sheds his human form and becomes an elf? What if they stop using the actor that is playing Halbrand right now, and they get a new actor that looks more elvish, and he becomes the new Halbrand, the new Sauron, Anatar, and Anatar goes with the Golden King, Farazan, and he tries this again. What happens then, huh? Because they've already used Halbrand / Anatar.
He's already been in
he's
Numenor,
already been been on the island.
Yeah. And the actual lore is at that point, like, I'm not saying at that point, but when Sauron is on Numenor, he's captured. That's when he begins manipulating our Farazan.
Yes. And so what if Halbrand goes back?
He would have to be Sauron. If we were going by actual lore, he would have to be Sauron. So this is just doing my fucking head in right now. All this could have just been fixed if they just followed the timeline.
If you follow the timeline to a T, you can add as many characters as you want in between those freaking lines, but pay attention to the years that certain important points happen. If an important event happens in a year, in a named year, follow that to the T, and then you could have had your story.
Yeah,
but in the decades in between, go ahead, make up your own little side stories.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, it would not have been the actual Second Age stuff, but at least the timeline would have been the timeline. So we could actually figure out when this is taking place, because I can't even figure out when this is supposed to be taking place. The 3 Elven rings are created, and I know the Rings of Power are created between 1500 and 1590 of the Second Age. But then you have Mount Doom erupting, but Mount Doom existed well before the rings are created, because Sauron picks that area for his tower in the year 1000. But then you have Tara Palantir dying, and that happens almost 2,000 years later.
Yep. They don't care about the timeline.
So
And that is why they don't care about the timeline. They don't, and in not caring about the timeline, they don't care about the lore. And in not caring about the lore, they don't care about the characters. And in not caring about the characters, they don't care if they mess anything up. They will shoehorn anything wherever they see fit, and they will purposefully make this fit their narrative, the narrative of the writers, the narrative of the producers, the directors, the narrative that they either the actors fully support or the actors are just kneeling down and going along with. Yeah. And that is women don't need any men. That is the patriarchy is bad. That is you only don't like our characters because of either misogyny, racism, or homophobia. It is the same old shtick that we have seen countless times.
Yeah.
In with Star Wars, Doctor Who, Star Trek, Marvel, DC, all throughout the visual media that we have seen in the past decade, or actually the past 20 years. It is just being amped up to 1,000 with Rings of Power because we have the source material. We have a very clear and concise story with Tolkien's works, and they are completely throwing that away. You can get away with Star Wars and the sequels because of George Lucas went ahead and let the EU happen. That was different people, not under George Lucas, like going ahead and writing their own stories. That is how they're going to spin the sequels. That did not happen with Tolkien.
No.
And so this is why you can use this as a perfect example of how they are deviating from the source material, and bring that back to Star Wars, bring that back to Doctor Who. Say, look what they did to Lord of the Rings. They've already done to Doctor Who. Look how they did this in Lord of the Rings, in Rings of Power. They did this to Star Trek. All it does is it strengthens your argument for your favorite IP because it's so blatantly exposed with Rings of Power. And I'm not saying Lord of the Rings is the greatest IP. I am not saying that. I am saying that Rings of Power is going up against a very, very large fan base. There are people in this fan base that love Lord of the Rings and love Star Wars, but they don't like Star Trek. There are people that like Star Trek and like Lord of the Rings, but they don't like Harry Potter. And so what you can do is you can take the shared love of Lord of the Rings and translate that into other IPs. That is what I am saying.
Yeah. And this right here, I maybe would have bought, but I would have bought if they actually showed him as he is described, as Avatar, not Hellbrand.
Jeremiah, that is exactly what Epic Mike says on my podcast last Tuesday. That is exactly what Epic Mike says. He says that they may have been able to like fix this if they were able to show Sauron to the audience.
Yeah, which they did. We picked up on it, but they didn't actually show it. They didn't show him like manipulating anything that or like would have made sense. Because that's the point of Sauron being in disguise, is that he is manipulating the events so he can assume power again over Middle-earth. And yes, this is so wrong, but so funny, Gigawatts. I saw this.
The sea is always right. Where did that come from? Where in the world did that come from?
They thought they were being clever. These writers
they wanted a winter is coming.
Yeah, see, right here. Hold on, like someone mentioned it up here. Hold on, where is it? Which doesn't make any sense. The sea is always right, from a guy whose wife drowned. Yep. Exactly. They think they're being clever, pretty much. See, the only way for me to watch JJ's Star Trek movies is to watch him how he intended, and that is like a separate timeline, which is I don't like doing. But when I first saw Star Trek Origins, I thought it was actually going to be an origin story because I knew at least enough about Star Trek lore to think, oh, they're actually going to show Captain Kirk and Spock and like what I know about their characters, and it's just just to use that, but create a multiverse of sorts and Star Trek, and I was like, I can't do that.
And if they
had
tried
to
to
reveal Sauron was a simp first, yeah.
That's yeah, I agree. They had to reveal that he was a simp first. If they try to go the multiverse route with Lord of the Rings, I don't know. First off, I don't know how they're going to do that. I have no idea how they're even going to try to pull that off. Secondly, we've already seen that when people say that this is an alternate reality, that this is an alternate timeline, this is a different universe. Have you noticed that language, Mara?
Yeah, I actually had a little rant, I think on one of my videos or something, that for people that are saying that, like how they're able to watch the Rings of Power is to watch it as like an alternate universe or an alternate timeline, much like Trey points out the Silver Timeline in Halo. My little rant was this, in a nutshell. Then I don't want to hear them bitching at all about what Lucasfilm is doing with Star Wars, because then you can just watch it as an alternate universe. Don't bitch about what Kathleen Kennedy is doing to Star Wars, because I would throw that back at you. Just watch it as an alternate universe. Star Trek, watch it as an alternate universe. Even though the lore's been set up already, watch it as an alternate universe. Doctor Who, watch it as an alternate universe. I don't want to hear you bitching if you use that as an excuse for why you're able to sit through this show, but you bitch about all the rest.
Yep.
I don't want to hear it. I will tune you out. I might not bitch you out, but I will tune you out. Because I don't want to hear that. It makes absolutely no sense for you to be upset in one regard, but excuse it in another.
Oh my gosh, look at Halfwit. The Mithril timeline, true silver. Halfwit, I don't like you right now. Because they're going to steal that. They're going to use that. This is the Mithril timeline. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But you gotta love Halfwits. Come on.
All right, so we've talked about Elendil, we've talked about Muriel, Pharazon's son.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we touch on Isildur and his sister?
Yeah. How much more do we have? Holy shit! We might not get into everything because goddamn, it's going on 7 o'clock for me.
Okay, all right. Let's see.
But Isildur, in name only, because a lot of the premise to his story in the season was, "It's my life, Dad." Is what I sum it up as pretty much.
Why is he getting spoken to by his dead mother only when he is on the ocean? Why? That is strange. It's a complete fabrication of his character. It's an assassination of his character. Sure, you can try to say that he is going through his teenage, teenage resistance years. Go ahead, say that. But no, I don't buy anything that he's done, anything that he's said. He would not have tried to get out of the Sea Guard. He would not have gotten his friends kicked out. Complete character assassination. Aarion, his sister, she is useless. She is the epitome of useless character.
Yes.
She is mentioned. She is constantly mentioned. She is constantly shown on screen for no reason. She does not push the plot. She does not do anything. All she does is she has the hots for Pharazon's son.
Yeah.
Pharazon's son
domestic terrorist.
Is a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
That is all he is.
He and the sister are non-canonical, so they've basically added these characters, and I can't think. I can you remove them from the plot of the season, and it changes nothing.
Yep, it changes absolutely nothing. Now let's move on to anybody else. Okay, I'll say one positive thing.
Okay,
I am fine with Isildur's buddies. I'm fine with those two.
They were fine. They served whatever purpose they had. Like, they weren't exactly integral to the plot necessarily, but they were fine.
I don't really want to touch on Galadriel's acrobatics and the choreography of that little fight scene where she's quote unquote training them.
I broke that down because I was like, one, you're doing this what in the streets? 2, her training amounted to just stab and twist.
Yep, that was it. That was ridiculous. I give the choreography of that fight scene like a freaking 5 out of 10. It was funny. If I had seen that in any other, if I had seen that in a theatrical play, I would have been impressed. If I had seen that in person, that would have been pretty cool. But in a televised billion-dollar production, it looked like shit.
Oh my god,
now
Rob.
He's mentioned that to me a time or two.
Yeah, anal rings of power, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, I know they don't have the rights to use Anatar, but if they at least made him an elf and a similar name and showed him actually manipulating the events, it would have made more sense.
I think they do. Let me search the appendices.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, I think they said they don't, but because it's the Second Age, Appendix B.
Anatar.
You see, if
they might not. They might not.
Because I'm looking at the index.
Oh, this they do not. There are 0 results in my ebook for Anatar, but let me look at Pharazôn.
Yeah, in the index, yeah, they don't have the rights because he's not even in the index for the Lord of the Rings because they only have the rights to the indexes in the Lord of the Rings books. So they don't. His name is not even mentioned. His name's not even mentioned, so they wouldn't have the rights to use him. His name.
Because
they only have Appendix F. This is about
I don't see him. I don't see that. I do not see Anatar. So that is a very good point. They don't have the rights to it.
Let me just like show you guys from my book how much they actually have to work with in terms of appendices. Which is like you don't really count all of them because like appendix, they cover the languages and so forth. But here it is.
That is literally all they have.
This is it. This is the appendices.
That is $250 million right there.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and total. When you include everything with like what like for the filming of the series and so forth, amounts to like $1 billion.
Yep. And okay, so let's see. We've talked about buddies. We've talked about. Yeah. I think we've talked about Numenor as a whole. We can talk about we've already mentioned the MacGuffin that is the Elven library. They showed Elros in a painting. He looked like an elf with a beard. He looked really goofy, in my opinion.
Yeah. Which again, for those in chat who are just joining, Elros is Elrond's brother. They are both half-elves.
Yep.
And Elros chose to be mortal.
And he became the first king of Numenor. He united all of the realms of men, and they became the Numenorians. Yeah. Because each and every house of man that helped the Valar beat Morgoth was blessed with long life. That is where Numenor comes from, directly as a result from the defeat of Morgoth. So it's very important to note, but they never talk about. So I think we've talked enough about Numenor. Move on to the Southlands.
Yeah, real fast because that's what we're going to talk about. Okay, we've already mentioned Arondir pretty much, so there's really not much to his character other than he pines for a human woman.
Yep, and so that's Bronwyn the healer. I got the opinion that the people in the village didn't really like the healer at first, but then all of a sudden she becomes their savior later on. Like it was a weird transition. Like when she's walking through the village, nobody cares about her, nobody talks to her, nobody respects her. They're just like, you're a healer, help me fix my cow that is really sick. Like that's literally her existence. And then we have Theo, and I would like to share my screen.
Okay.
Right here. There we go. That's Theo. That's Theo. For everybody that doesn't know, that is totally Theo and not the assistant from Princess Bride.
Yeah.
So that is all. That's Theo.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop sharing my screen because if we need to bring up anything from the actual episodes, we'll do it. But yeah, Theo, his whole purpose was he somehow we find out how he finds this relic, but he somehow finds a Morgul blade.
Yeah, but it's not a Morgul blade; it's a key.
Yeah, I'm saying like it's like it's a literal USB device that gets plugged into.
It uses blood magic.
Yeah.
To activate, and then it's a key, It's a Morgul key. There we go, Roberto. It is a Morgul key. And you have Waldrig, who is like the town butcher / barkeep. And so he is a practitioner of like serving Morgoth, and he's awaiting Sauron's return. He's the one that had the Morgul key first. But the Morgul key is stolen by Theo because apparently Theo knew exactly where it was in Waldrig's farm, along with other gold, like other treasures. And it is just, he leaves everything else there, but he takes the one thing that looks like a cool sword hilt. Theo's character is retarded, I truly believe, because he thinks he can fight orcs. Then he gets slashed by an orc, and he hobbles away, and the orc can't even catch up to a child that has been injured. The child then hides in a well for an unknown amount of time, and the orc
didn't smell him. The orcs can't even smell him.
Didn't smell the blood and didn't smell man flesh. So that is dumb in its own right. Theo gets out of the well, and then he plays a little bit of Assassin's Creed, hiding in the tall grass away from all the orcs, which none of them smell him. None of them smell his blood while he's out of the water. And then he is magically saved by Arondir, who comes back, and of course Arondir is going to run straight through the village that is covered and surrounded in orcs. Of course that makes sense. He's not just going to go straight to the watchtower. He is going to go and check and see if anybody else is still alive, and then magically he finds Theo. And then they go through the forest running in slow motion. I don't know how many scenes that they had that was slow motion. Like, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, he thought he could fight orcs, but he had his ass handed to him by one orc.
One orc. And then that orc was so dumb he couldn't even get him.
Yeah.
He couldn't even finish the job.
The bar owner... No, like bar owner didn't even know Adar existed until the message was delivered by Arondir that Adar would spare the Southlanders, but they had to swear fealty.
And he believed that Adar was Sauron, and Adar did not like that because he hates Sauron, apparently.
Yeah, apparently he hates Sauron.
Yeah.
And he drops the term Uruk, which doesn't make sense because Uruk wasn't until the Third Age.
Yeah, and Uruks were specifically from Mordor. The Uruk-hai were specifically from Isengard, and goblins / orcs were from the Misty Mountains and from Mordor.
Yeah, so it's like, and he doesn't even look like, because, oh shit, hold on, I gotta answer this fucking phone.
And so we go from Adar, he is an elf that was corrupted by Morgoth himself, by the Dark Lord Morgoth. He was one of the first orcs to ever created.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing?
Yeah, my mom has perfect timing. Anyway, go ahead.
I was just describing what Adar was. He was one of the first orcs corrupted by Morgoth.
But he still looks like an elf.
And he still looks like an elf. And apparently he was able to birth these other orcs because Sauron was using blood magic and using the orcs for their blood to try and create something. We still don't know what that something is. And
that's
so...
mystery box.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have Adar, which is a horrible character.
I feel sorry for the actor because the actor is actually a good actor, but I was like, his agent needs to be smacked.
Do you think that Adar is Celeborn?
That's the speculation, and I would not put it past these showrunners because one, they had to bring Celeborn back. He can't be dead. He can't be dead because you see him in the Third Age in the Fellowship in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. So he's not dead. We know he's not dead. And the only way that they can bring him back, because you have to wonder where he is this whole time, is if Adar is Celeborn, but his memory's been just
gone. Tortured away.
Yeah.
So,
because it doesn't make any sense for him to be one of the first orcs and for him to look like an elf still.
Exactly. And apparently, Celeborn went off to fight Sauron. Adar says he killed Sauron.
Mm-hmm.
It's starting to make more and more sense that Celeborn is Adar is a corrupted Celeborn.
Mm-hmm.
In my book, like that would be the way that I would go with this shitty series.
Well, that's the only way they can go, because again, they'd have to explain where Celeborn has been this whole time.
And Celeborn gets made fun of by Galadriel for having bad fitting armor, and then he goes off to war and he doesn't return. His body is never recovered, but Finrod's body is recovered.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense because Finrod's body is buried. It's not recovered; it's buried. They're basically taking elements here, like all over the place, and like just putting it on characters where it doesn't belong.
What's gonna happen with Adar? And apparently, Adar doesn't like Sauron, and yet and Adar controls all of the orcs, so that means that Adar's probably gonna die because he's gonna get snuck up on by Halbrand, and Halbrand's gonna finish the job that he was trying to do in the forest when Adar was running away with the what we found out to be a hammer.
Yeah, which again, I pointed out where it's like I get that there was like hecticness and craziness during that battle, but you have to think that when those Numenorian soldiers rode into that village, right, is when Adar and Waldreg were coming out, and Adar was calling Waldreg and said, "I have a task for you." So you have to wonder how, in all that madness, were able to find a hammer, switch it out, sneak Waldreg out, and then Adar getting Galadriel to notice him leaving to lure her away, so they didn't notice Waldreg anyway.
Nope, they never noticed Waldreg.
So Adar could have just snuck out at that point too.
Yep. Poor writing, horrible writing, plot holes, and that is what this whole series has been riddled with. Is writing like this. I am not a cinephile. I don't watch movies religiously.
I touched on that, Aaron. Yeah, he looks too feminine to be Elrond.
Yes, he does. We did touch on that. I am not a writer. I don't write scripts. I don't do any of that. I am a total pleb, a total noob when it comes to watching movies. I watch what I like. I watch what other people have suggested. If they have given a review and they have given it a good review, I'll go ahead and watch that. But when I am watching this show, even I can point out these flaws.
Yeah. See, this right here kind of like, again, I don't think the writers would think about this. I think they'll go with the Adar was Celeborn or some shit like that. But Galadriel would have had to have amnesia as well, because how did she not recognize him?
Exactly. Unless even Aragorn and Gimli and Legolas and Gandalf, they all recognized Theoden as king when he was being corrupted by Saruman.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So they're gonna, if they exercise this taint that Adar / Celeborn has, his hair's gonna magically turn from black to golden blonde.
Yeah, because his hair is blonde. His hair is blonde.
I don't see it. I see that is the only reasonable way that they can go, other than killing Adar off next season, or they have to go the Celeborn route. There is no way.
It's like with Halbrand. They set up with only two options. They set up with only two options, and then I went with like what we thought would be pretty much. That's poor writing. That's poor writing at this point. Like, so again, it just. But anyway, in terms of the Southlanders, like they're entirely non-canonical. They're entirely non-canonical.
You want to talk about the bar scene when we meet Arondir? Want to talk about that?
Oh, you're talking about the knife ears line.
Yeah, and the wonderful current year timeline politics being input into this series, because we know that scene was taped in 2019. This was before the Summer of Love, and yet they still had those lines in there, and they still had those that vitriol of we're going to make this a race thing. That is the only way you can take this.
It's the only way. It's the only way. No, I'm not saying. No, again, I think I pointed this out in one of my streams or one of my videos. I'm not expecting humans, like, men, to have like good relations with the elves or to be like, in harmony with the elves. I get it. There's going to be a little bit of animosity for whatever reason. There's going to be a little bit, but it was not about race. The only thing that made it about race was Numenor's jealousy about the elves' long life. That's pretty much it. But in terms of like, any little tension between the races, it was more about personality than anything. The haughtiness of the elves, so forth, or whatever. Elves kind of like, not like, the elves kind of like, their own, how do I put this? Again, haughtiness. Kind of looking down on men. Not all of them, but some of them, and so forth. So it's more like a personality conflict than anything. But they make it a race thing. The elves took our jobs, yes. Knife ears. Putting the black elf in chains.
And did you notice how dingy and dirty that village was? Did you notice how unclean those villagers
I don't know
look?
what it is about these showrunners and uncleanliness, even with the not hobbits, the Harfoots, even because they try to paint Harfoots as not hobbits. They are hobbits. But like, what is it about like? Okay, we have to show that they're like, we have to show that they're poor, so we're gonna have them look dirty.
It took me out of Lord of the Rings because even the villagers in Bree in the Fellowship of the Ring, they looked like villagers. They looked like they would have lived a life. They would have bathed when they could. They probably would have bathed in a creek or a river.
Yeah.
But they still would have bathed. They still wouldn't have been dirty. Yeah. And I'm not talking about the smell that villagers would have given off. I'm not talking about the body odor. I am talking about the cleanliness. Every single one of those looked oily and dirty and nasty.
Yes, it's pointed out by Soap Dodger, especially for Bronwyn, she was she's
Exactly.
So she's the only one with access to any water to clean herself off, pretty much. And even then, like, look, there was a well there because you had the little scene between Arondir and her outside the bar, and there's a well there. You're telling me that no one bothered to get water from that well to fill any type of like tub to clean themselves at some points?
Obviously not.
Yeah, and again, going into like the elves, you're telling me that they've been patrolling this land for centuries at least. We don't really know how long they've been there. We just know how long Arondir has been there, but not how long the elves themselves have been kind of patrolling this area. You're telling me that none of these elves noticed orcs kidnapping people, entire villages going missing?
Nobody did, and nobody believed Bronwyn until she had that freaking orc head.
Yeah, even the Rohan villagers didn't look like stinky and dirty. They might have been like a little bit of dirt on them because again they leaving early in terms of like the I guess their station in life for a better way of putting it, but at the same time it's like they still looked a lot more presentable than these people in the Southlands. So I'm not expecting them to be like pristine looking. I understand there's going to be a little bit of dirt on them, a little bit of like whatever. But
so
like,
what
they
Waldrig? Do we know? Like, oh wait, no, didn't we see Waldrig come down from the watchtower or something like that?
Waldrig,
because what I remember right now is he just used the Morgul key.
Yeah, we don't see him. He used it, and that's like the last we see of him. So for all we know, he's dead. But then again, I think they're going to bring him back because they didn't show his body. So it's going to be like, like he was mad. He was able to get away from water rushing at like like in literal waves.
Here's another thing that I want to point out since we're talking about the Watchtower and the Southlands. Something else that I liked from the series was when I half liked it. Mm-hmm. When the orcs just walk up to the fort and then enter, that was dumb. But if they had besieged the fort and had broken into it, that would have been better. But I did enjoy how the Watchtower came tumbling down and
Okay,
how the watchtower was broken. Now, yes, having one pulley holding up all of the watchtower is a little far-fetched. I understand that. But it was kind of cool. It was kind of cool cinematography. I didn't mind it. So there's another point.
Well, again, this is my whole, like, not going into the details. Like, you can watch my spoiler breakdowns of these episodes if you like so choose. My biggest gripe in this entire thing was that the villagers left what could be defended.
Yeah.
And went to a village with nothing around that they could use to defend themselves.
Completely surrounded by dense woods.
Yeah.
When I called it when I was watching it the first time, I called it. I was like, "There's no way that these are orcs. These have got to be humans dressed up as orcs." And I called it. I was right. I was completely right. And then all of the orcs came and surrounded them, and it was just, oh man, I was like, you killed your own villagers. That is so funny to me, because right now it has changed from me really like watching this series in like horror and revulsion for what they're doing to Tolkien. Yes, that's there. But now I'm watching specifically to see Arondir die, to see Bronwyn die, to see Theo die. I just want to see all of them die. That's what I want to see. I know I'm not going to get Galadriel dying, but I want to see all of the other characters die. Like, I would love to see Nori's best friend, whatever, that other Harfoot, like, female, Nori's best friend. Yes, see, the closer you are, the danger, the farther you are from harm. Yeah, they probably used that line, too.
They probably used it, and like again, like not entirely forgetting the fact that was only used to trick Treebeard into going to Isengard. At that point, it was nothing to do at all with it making sense, like or anything like that. It was just get him to go there, even though I believe from the books that Treebeard went anyway. He wasn't tricked into going; he went.
And then we move on from there to the volcano erupting,
which again,
and didn't kill anybody.
Everyone
didn't kill anybody.
No, it did kill some people, but like again, it should have killed everyone.
Yeah, why did it specifically spare? Why did it spare Isildur for a little bit? Well, because Isildur got trapped in the house. Why did it spare Isildur? Why did it spare both of his friends? Because his friends got crushed by said house. Why did it spare Tarmiriel, Galadriel, Elendil, countless numbers of soldiers and villagers? But really, the ones that died, they got hit by like the molten rock being shot out of the volcano, or they died from the houses catching on fire and falling on them. That is how people died. So volcano, you had one job and you didn't get anything done.
Yeah, and it's a plot armor, because Soap Doctor brings up like plot armor is the best type of armor, because that's what because they literally have Galadriel taking on a like blast face first.
And all she comes out is looking like covered in Cheeto dust. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, are we ready to talk about the murder hobbits?
Okay, we'll get to the murder hobbits, all right? Okay. Leading up to this series, the showrunners tried painting Harfoots as like predecessors to hobbits, when in fact Harfoots are hobbits. Harfoots, if you guys have not read any of the Second Age histories and you've at least seen the Lord of the Rings movies, the Shire hobbits are Harfoots. Because that's where the Harfoots eventually migrate to. Alright, so what you see in Fellowship of the Ring at the beginning, those are Harfoots. Because Harfoots are described as the most representative of hobbits. So I'm just like, again, handed it in a little book right here. Okay, Harfoots. Most numerous and typical of the Hobbit strains were those who were named the Harfoots. They were the smallest of the halflings, and their skin and hair were nut brown. The Harfoot were the first of the Hobbit people to leave the Vales of Anduin and cross over the Misty Mountains into Eriador. This migration was in the year 1050 of the Third Age, so we would not be seeing them in the Second Age. They were friendliest with dwarves, for they loved hillsides and highlands, and hole dwelling to them was a joy. So what you see in Fellowship is those are Harfoots. And I showed a map based on where the not Gandalf ends up and where the Harfoots end up. I can try to bring up the map again. But people were trying to speculate. People were speculating that where the Harfoots end up, where where the trees burned by the volcano and so forth, and not Gandalf heals that tree. The people were speculating that's the Shire. I said, no, it can't be the Shire because based on where they said the Harfoot started, they're still close to where Mordor is.
You specifically see Rovanian on the map.
Yeah. Because I showed the map. I brought the map up and see if I can find my history and find the map that I actually used. See if this is the one. So I can't remember if this is the one or not. Nope, it's not this site. Nope, that's not it.
Yeah, so I also want to point out, because we're talking about maps right now, the Southlands is the entirety of Gondor and Mordor. That is what they're calling the Southlands. Mm-hmm. But we're dealing with one tiny area that is inside Mordor. That is what actually is the Southlands. I love that so much. That the Southlands is so large, and yet we're dealing with such a tiny, tiny area.
Yeah. God, I wish I could get this
let me
bigger.
See. Let me go back.
Let me see if I can get this like a bigger one.
Oh, I think I might have it.
I just need to get the image up by itself so I can zoom in. All right. It was not listening to me, but here it is. All right, StreamYard, where are you? Okay. We're getting there. Thank you for the $50 super chats. You all have fun. Try not to hurt your brains too much. Thank you so much, Trucker Rob. Very much appreciated.
Take it easy, Trucker Rob.
Where is it? Present. Okay, here it is. All right. I think this is the map I use. But anyway, so they start up around here. Okay. The Brownlands. That's where it says they start. Based on the articles I've read, that's where they start. And they go south. Because here is the Dead Marshes, or the Grey Marshes. All right, because they traverse that. And they end up around this area here. You can't really tell exactly because they're not clear about that. But this is the area, okay?
That is where Gondor is. That is where Minas Tirith is.
Yeah. So they end up in this area, from what I can tell.
If
nowhere near the Shire, which is up here.
If you share my screen, I have a screenshot from the show itself.
Yeah.
And so this is Rovanian right here.
Yeah.
This is the Dead Marshes right here. They don't call them the Dead Marshes. This is the northern mountains of Mordor. This is the southern mountains of Mordor. This is Mount Doom right there. Right here would be where the Black Gate is. This is just to give you a general bearing of where we're at. This is where they went. They came down this way. They went through the Dead Marshes. They came back up. And then up here is Eriador, the Lonely Mountain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That is it.
And then you have member berries with the not Gandalf entering Mirkwood.
Yes.
It's not called Mirkwood at that point because it's called Greenwood.
It's not even called Greenwood the Great. I didn't catch them calling it Greenwood, but at the time it should be called Greenwood, and it should be full of Sylvan elves. It should be full of elves loyal to Thranduil's father.
No elves in this episode. We got Femme Shady and her crew. And somehow escaped the notice of these elves.
And apparently those are like, what I took them for was some form of sorceress or some form of like wraith. But when you pointed out that they kind of look like Nazgul.
Here, I'll bring the episode up again, the last episode, just to show you.
It makes sense that it would, the Nas girls, like Soul Assassin just pointed out, the Nas girls, like what the?
Oh, come on. I hate this.
That doesn't make any sense.
Here it is. I'm trying to get the
exact frame.
yeah. This is what told me not Gandalf. Also, right here, the moth.
Yep, the moth.
Right
the moth. Mm-hmm.
But here I'm trying to get a good image of it. Here, I'll just let it play. All right. Right here. Watch what happens.
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh shit. But anyway, I thought I was. But anyway. Present. Thank you. Here it is, okay? Sorry. I thought I was. I thought I had changed it to this. Okay, here's where it is, okay? Where Femme Shady and her backup dancers are getting hit with what, not Gandalf, whatever spell, whatever he's casting. See?
Look at that. That's perfect.
See?
And that looks like the Nazgul from the Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah.
It's a member berry.
But the ring wraiths, again, they're the 9 kings that were corrupted by Sauron. The Nazgul are the nine kings.
And they had rings. Those rings have not been made yet.
No, they have not been made yet. Hence, like Nazgul. All right, Nazgul. Naz means ring. Ghoul means ghost. So literally, that's, again, another way of saying ring wraith, ring ghost. Meaning, like you said again, that it's from the 9 men who held rings of power who were corrupted by Sauron. So I don't know what these fuckers are supposed to be, but they look like ring wraiths. There's some, and again, they made them also retarded because they thought not Gandalf was Sauron. Why? The only reason they had to think he was Sauron is because he fell from the sky.
Exactly.
When
this was brought to my attention that these probably are Nazgul in this lore, in this fake lore, they
can't be because it's based on just the literal meaning of Nazgul, because again,
it can't be.
Tolkien is a master of languages, and that's what Nazgul means. That's what Nazgul means. It literally means ring ghost, ring wraith.
They're going to try to spin it somehow. Maybe they go with what I was originally thinking, and that these are just wraiths that put on the appearance of like fleshy beings, humans.
Yeah.
But oh my gosh.
Yeah,
that would be so much of a stretch. Like you say, they have put themselves in a position where either way would be a stretch.
Here. Pot. God damn it. I'm going to get that other image. Here.
Perfect. And that looks like the Witch King.
Yeah.
Look at that crown.
That's why people were calling them the Nas girls, because of this. The one in the center in particular. It makes no sense.
Oh, this hurts the head. This hurts.
Yes.
This is a brain scratcher right here.
Mm-hmm. It's like
because
slay, Witch Queen, slay.
How has this served the plot? How has this furthered the plot other than you think that maybe this is Sauron, or you think that they are, because they're trying to quote unquote search for Sauron, that Meteor Man is Sauron? Is that what they're going? Is that how they think that this is furthering the plot?
I don't know how they think this is furthering the plot, because again, they make them so stupid, because their whole premise in thinking not Gandalf is Sauron is because he fell from the sky. When shouldn't they know? Shouldn't they be able to sense something about him? That like, hey, there's no evil incarnate in him whatsoever, so maybe he's not Sauron? Because Sauron's been walking Middle Earth for at this point in the Second Age, because we have no idea what the timeline is, but let's say centuries right now. He's been on Middle Earth for a long fucking time, and they can't figure out this guy's not Sauron.
So Galadriel had been hunting Sauron for centuries, right?
Yeah.
She got to the frozen ice, like the frozen fortress in the north, and it was abandoned, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means that Adar had already killed Sauron, or at least let's just go with the lore of the show. Adar had already killed Sauron,
Yeah.
and then went and then traveled to Mordor with all of his orcs, with all of his sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, quote unquote.
Yeah.
So that means that from that point, from the time that ice fortress went dormant to when Halbrand was on the boat, Sauron was still alive.
Yeah.
So let's just go ahead and say that Sauron was walking around free for at least 250 years, got killed, and then got his skin suit back and was walking around for at least what does Halbrand look like to you? 28-year-old?
Yeah, I'd say early 30s, but yeah, roughly around that. Like late 20s, early 30s, basically.
At least a couple decades.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, yeah. Let's just say a couple decades, and that's how long that he's been walking around. That's what I'm gonna say. Just by going off of how dumb all of this looks and trying to piece it together and do Amazon a service by trying to make it appear like they knew what they were doing, when in fact, no, they don't.
Yeah, no, they don't. My speculation is, now it does not have to be one of the two, but my speculation is it leans more Gandalf than Saruman, based on the fact that he's wearing gray. He keeps drawing a constellation that eerily resembles Gandalf's mark. The connection with the Harfoots and Gandalf's kind of affinity for hobbits, because Saruman doesn't like hobbits. That just in the moth, it just leans Gandalf. Leans Gandalf doesn't not necessarily mean it'll be Gandalf, but it still be lore breaking because they make him an Istar, and Gandalf is an Istar.
Then also the moth.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like everything, every fucking thing leans Gandalf.
Yep, I think you're right. I think that is going to be Gandalf, and I want to say that either Nori is going to be she is going to somehow become like the ancestor to Bilbo and Frodo.
Yeah, here's another reason. I'm gonna continue because I want to bring the thing up again. I'll show you another reason why I think it's Gandalf. I gotta get the captions up.
And I think it's either going to be Nori or Nori's best friend that becomes the ancestor to, or maybe both, the ancestors to Bilbo and Frodo.
Yeah, this is why. Okay, I'm gonna kind of let this conversation pan out. This right here is another. This is why I believe it's Gandalf. Watch this.
Are you sure? Not entirely.
But there's a sweet smell in the air this way. And watch this line. Watch this line coming up. When in doubt, always follow your nose.
And what does he say in Moria?
When in doubt, Meridak Brandybok, always follow your nose.
Because it smelled different in Moria.
Yeah.
If that does not mean that he is Gandalf, then I don't know what the hell they're doing.
I mean, that was kind of, for me, that was like the final straw, and I'm like, yep.
Have we missed any characters, by the way? Have we not spoken about?
I think we've covered all the characters for the most part. I mean, we haven't really touched on the orcs and how they changed them into vampires.
Yeah. Okay. So really quickly, they've changed the orcs from being either dark-skinned, green-skinned, or like just anything. And who's to say that the orcs didn't have a whitish skin color? By the way, who's to say that?
Well, here I'll continue. I'll just read what it says about orcs in here because they do they are described as having pallid skin. At some point, they are described as having pallid skin, but I'm not saying that not all of them would have been pallid.
And the definition of pallid is a person's face pale, typically because of poor health, or you have another definition, feeble or insipid. So when they are described as having a pallid face,
okay, here it is.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, this is about again. I'm reading it from the books. It's not like I'm pulling anything from out of my ass. All right. Within the deepest pits of Autumno in the first age of stars, it is said Melkor committed his greatest blasphemy. For in that time he captured many of the newly risen race of elves and took them to his dungeons, and with hideous acts of torture he made ruined and terrible forms of life. From those he bred a goblin race of slaves who were as loathsome as elves were fair. These were the Orcs, a multitude brought forth in shapes twisted by pain and hate. The only joy of these creatures was in the pain of others, for the blood that flowed within Orcs was both black and cold. Their stunted form was hideous, bent, bow-legged, and squat. Their arms were long and strong as the apes of the south, and their skin was black as wood that has been charred by flame. The jagged fangs and their wide mouths were yellow, their tongues red and thick, and their nostrils and faces were broad and flat. Their eyes were crimson gashes like narrow slits in black iron gate grates, behind which hot coals burn. And it's not going into everything described about the Orcs. It's a long passage, but black.
Yep.
Dark-skinned, very dark-skinned, because...
That's racist. You can't say that.
Even though it's not anything to do with any minority, just to demonstrate the difference between elves and orcs and things like that. Fair and dark. Good versus evil, things like that.
And so they changed them.
They're corrupted.
They changed them into this really, really sad nomadic style of orc that
I will hate this so much if this ends up being true, but I can see that.
Oh yeah, I could see that. I could totally see that.
Yeah,
I could totally see that. And the orcs are now KKK vampires.
Yeah.
That they are hurt by the sun.
Yeah.
Unless they're standing in a pit watching a reindeer cut a tree down. Then they're not.
Much.
Then they're not.
Because again, I say they're weakened by the sun, but they would have been able to chase a reindeer past the woods towards that tower. They would not have stopped because the sun was out. So they would have kept going. They would have been weakened, but they would have tried to keep going. The only ones that can travel by day are the Uruk-hai.
And that is because they were specifically bred by Sauron. The same way that the Olog-hai, which was a new breed of troll, was introduced on the borders of Mordor.
Mm-hmm. So, but the orcs could still conceivably have chased them. They would have been just slow because they would be weakened by the sun.
But guess what? 35, 40 orcs that are weakened by the sun, they are going to beat the ever-loving crap out of one elf, a woman, and a teenage child.
I know. I'm not saying it makes any sense. I'm saying those three would have gotten away. I'm just saying
they most certainly would. Absolutely.
They would not have stopped. They are literally bred to follow orders, and if the orders are to kill those three, they will kill those three.
Yep. And that is where they don't pay attention to the lore once again.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I think that the orcs are there's going to be a power struggle about if Halbrand Sauron is going to be able to get the orcs, get them under his control and wrest them away from Adar. I think that the villagers of the Southlands, they're going to go to Pelargir, and I think Pelargir is going to become some fancy town for the next season.
Actually, per the lore, I don't know if it's mentioned in this book, because per the lore, that's a Gondor port.
Yep,
and Gondor's not even created yet because
it was created by the faithful.
Yeah, Pelargir, right here, Pelargir. Built near the mouth of the great river Anduin in 2350 of the Second Age by the Numenorians, the city and port of Pelargir became the most important haven for the ships of the Dunedain on Middle-earth. So it's not even existing yet, but they're dropping the name right now.
Yep. And it makes no sense why they would have it named. It makes no sense why they would even think to go there, because it would have been the faithful to choose that spot.
Yeah. Southlanders would have no fucking idea that it exists. But somehow they know it's an old Numenorian port according to this show's lore. You're telling me these backwoods hillbillies know that that's a Numenorian port? Or
no.
Whatever?
The only port that would have been there, I believe, would have been Umbar. Because that was created by the Numenorians.
Yeah. But even then, Numenorians weren't...
And portrayed in this... In this timeline, the Numenorians don't do anything.
No, they don't. Like they're not on Middle Earth yet.
So there would be no Umbar, there would be no Peligir, there would be no Osgiliath, there would be no Minas Ithil, Minas Arnor, nothing.
Minas Tirith, nothing
Minas Tirith.
remotely connected to Gondor. Nothing. Because that Gondor again was founded like when Elendil and his two sons, not daughter, two sons, Isildur and Anarion, and the faithful were spared by the Valar, left Numenor, made it to Middle Earth, and formed kingdoms. And one of them was Gondor.
I think we've covered the entire first season, Mara. What do you think?
Yeah, we've covered it, and I'm pretty sure there's things that we missed, but I really do not want to go back and try to figure out what stuff we did miss.
No.
But that's the season in a nutshell. The only two words, not Tolkien.
Yeah, perfect. Not Tolkien. Not Tolkien. And really quickly, what do you think is going to happen in the next season? Do you think we're going to see the Balrog more? Do you think we're going to get more orcs? Do you think we're going to get a Arondir and a Bronwyn romance? Or what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I definitely going to see more of an Arondir Bronwyn romance because they basically had the whole finally let their feelings be known, even though it was like, it's like basically like the whole premise around those characters was like you literally got smacked in the face by a dead fish, and like if like at that point like they're going to end up together. So it's like, why are you even being subtle about it?
Absolutely.
So they basically like, and Theo's accepted Arondir, so they're going to be together. Orcs, I'd imagine we see more orcs because they're going to try to outdo what they did in season 1, and according to the showrunners, it's going to be more canonical.
Okay,
I have no fear it's going to be more canonical, but they've broken the canon already. So how's it going to be more canonical?
All right.
With Adar, it's going to be like one of two things. Like you said, it's either going to be a power struggle between him and Hellbrand / Sauron, or somehow his Adar is going to be saved. His memory is going to come back to him. He's going to reveal that he's Celeborn. Only two ways for that fucking character to go at this point. And the Balrog, well, a lot of this is going to be member berries, because if they show the Balrog again, it's going to have to go along the premise that there is going to be a power struggle with Durin and his father, because like with Disa's machinations, because the mining is going to have to happen at some point. King Durin sealed up that passage, so it's going to have to be mining. Is going to have to be resumed, in which case that is going to have to bring the Balrog back.
Gil-galad, Celebrimbor, what do you think is going to happen with those two?
Who the fuck knows at this point? They're not those characters, because Gil-galad is like the Elven Rings of Power are created. All right, so what would be the point of Celebrimbor making the other 16?
Yeah, he's got the 3 rings of elves that were not touched by Sauron already.
Yeah,
those were supposed to be the last 3. Those were supposed to be the last 3 made.
In my last breakdowns, like he created those in secret.
He didn't create those with a fucking audience.
Yeah, he did not trust Anatar, so he created those in secret and kept them hidden from Sauron or Anatar. All right? So Sauron does not know about them, but in this show he does, because he gave Celebrimbor the idea of making rings to harness Mithril's power.
Here's something. So he has the 3 created.
Yeah.
He was tortured. Remember he was captured and tortured? What if he was captured and tortured to make the others?
That's the only way they can go, because what reason would he have to create the other 16 at this point? He has no reason per himself to create them, other than being forced to create them, because why would he care about the dwarves? He's not a friend of the dwarves. Why should he care about making 7 for them? He has no relation with humans as far as we can see, so why should he care about creating 9 for the race of men?
Exactly. He has to be forced some way. And we don't see that he has a wife and child or anything like that. He has no family. It is just Celebrimbor. So if he is tortured, he has to just be tortured just to torture him. He has Sauron would have no leverage over him.
Nothing. It makes absolutely no sense. We're going to see Pharazôn usurping power. They literally set it up at the end of the season, The
Oh,
Tar
yes.
Palantir's death. So he's going to usurp power. There's no way they can go an entire season and not show that.
Absolutely. I think that
it shows
the daughter, Elendil's daughter. I think Elendil's daughter is going to play a key role next season, where she is going to like signal Elendil that something is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is where the daughter's going to pick up a bigger role. I still think Isildur is going to come back in a very Aragorn-esque way, riding on the horse, almost dead. What else? What other characters? Elrond is going to still be like a moody teenager that is trying to repair his relationship with Durin, because remember, he just got kicked out of Moria.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So he's going to try to fix that.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Galadriel. Let's end where we started.
Yeah, she's going to have to reveal to Elrond, hey, because this makes no sense, all right? Again, I called this from the beginning of the season, okay? Because the whole premise with Galadriel's character in this show, not actual lore Galadriel, but in this show, is her hunting Sauron. She's hunting Sauron. She's got to kill Sauron because he killed her brother. Fuck her husband. She doesn't care about him at this point. Sauron killed her brother, right? And I said, I'm going to call it right here, right now, that it's going to get to a point near the end of the season where she's going to be told, I should have believed you. And who fucking says that to her?
Elrond. I remember when you made that prediction. I remember that. Oh my gosh. That's
again,
good.
and what reason would he have to say he trusts her? Because at that point, they have no idea that Hellbrand is Sauron. So why is Elrond saying that he should never... First off, Elrond is not the one who put Galadriel on that boat. It was Gil-galad. Elrond had no control over it, but he's making it seem like it was his fault. And it's like, I should have trusted you. Okay, tell me why he should have trusted her. Hellbrand is not revealed to be Sauron. Rings of Power aren't created. It's just a volcano exploded and orcs are in Southlands. So what reason would Elrond have to trust Galadriel at this point that she was right all along?
Exactly.
I saw that line and I said that in my spoiler breakdown. It's like, it makes no sense.
Oh, Matt Astartes, the Tolkien estate was slapped in the face with this series. No. The Tolkien estate allowed this to happen. The grandson of John Tolkien allowed this to happen. I hold no goodwill for the Tolkien estate. They allowed this to happen. They allowed... Okay, let me go back even further.
Yeah, I blame Simon Tolkien more. Tolkien.
They allowed the video games Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor and Middle-earth Shadow of War to be made. Those two video games break lore. They change lore. They manipulate lore to make it quote-unquote entertaining as a game. Okay? That is exactly what this series, this show, is doing in a television style medium. You translate it from video games to TV show, that is exactly what they're doing. They are warping the lore. They are changing the lore. They are misrepresenting Tolkien to quote unquote make it more appealing for the times that we live in right now, and make it more appealing for people nowadays. Like that is what they're doing. They have changed everything pertaining to Tolkien to fit their narrative and to make money off of it. Pure and simple.
Pretty much. And we'll just end on this because I want to get your reaction to here, I'll pick this TBR article because I want to show you this one part that I want to get your genuine reaction to, because both of them are about Sauron. But I'm gonna stop sharing this. I'm gonna send the CBR article because this is they're still running with this narrative. Okay. Let me just zoom in. Okay. Sauron reveal breaks Lord of the Rings canon, but does that really matter? Right?
Yes.
Because right here, look what this. Look what one of the subtitles is.
fans need to accept the breaks in canon. So not just one break, but multiple breaks that you are admitting to.
Yeah.
And we need to accept that. Okay, let's see.
We need to accept that, yeah. Because it says right here, okay, it talks about the 3 Elven rings, which doesn't makes no sense, because one, they were created last, and that was like because, again, Celebrimbor began seeing what Annatar actually, well, not that he was Sauron, but that he could not be trusted, so he created the 3 Elven rings in secrets and kept them hidden from Annatar.
Wait. So no, scroll back up to that paragraph. Scroll back up. Look at that last sentence. So clearly the Rings of Power has no problem altering its source material as it seeks to tell its own version of the story. Enough said.
Yeah, enough said. And they still try to paint this as an adaptation of Tolkien's Second Age.
But it's not. It is an amalgamation of First Age and Third Age problems in the Second Age.
Plus, they're not actually adapting any works. They're just going off the timeline. And even then, they're treating it like a Mad Libs puzzle all over the place.
That's see,
and they're still running with this. They're still running with this.
This is the mainstream medium. This is the mainstream media telling you that, yeah, we see all the problems. We don't care. We see all of the plot holes. We don't care. You're going to consume, and you're going to.
Yeah. Like, just shut up and consume, pretty much.
Then you're the problem.
Yeah, they did the same shit with Halo. But I will argue, as much as they fucking butchered Halo with that series, there were still parts of that felt like Halo. There's nothing about this that feels like Tolkien. So I'm not trying to compete with I'm a Halo fan, not trying to compete at all with that fandom, but I think we had the greatest disservice to us, given what Rings of Power is.
See, and I agree with you, Mara. I watched every single podcast that Lethal Lightning had on the Halo show.
Too, yeah.
I watched every single one, and I agreed with almost every single point. I'd say about 99.9% of what Lethal said, I agreed with. But when I compare the two, and yes, that might be my bias for Lord of the Rings coming out, but I think that this series, you cannot say that Halo was done more dirty than Lord of the Rings, because I have family members that are not Tolkien fans that tried to watch this crap and they couldn't, because they're like, this is nothing like what you talk about, Arkasul. This is nothing like what you say Lord of the Rings is. So when they had that in mind and they were watching this, they're like, no, even I can tell that this is poorly written. Even I can tell that this is just a contrived story that is malicious in its warping of the legendarium.
Yeah, one of the things that Tolkien hated was allegory. He wouldn't exactly yell at you if you tried painting his works as allegorical, but again, he would say no, my works aren't allegory. That's how much he hated allegory. You can't deny that there was at least some inspiration from his personal life, like serving in World War I and so forth, for themes within his work, but his work was not an allegory. But that's what these writers try to paint it as, it's an allegory for something, whether it's race relations or immigration or something like that. No, nothing.
It's disgusting.
Nothing about it at all is supposed to be allegorical. And the only things that these writers touch on, when I say writers, I mean the show media, is the themes of hope and disparate groups coming together for one goal. And I'm you're kind of missing good versus evil, brotherhood, loyalty, and I just going through this litany of themes that are all through his works, and they all want to come back to hope. Great, yes, hope, bravo, seal clap. But you're forgetting the other big ones.
There are so many emotions that Tolkien brings out in his readers. There are so many themes that he fleshes out in his writing that they fail to even capture. They fail to capture 1% of what made Tolkien the writer that he was, the man that he was, and the beloved author that he became. Yeah, this is a trash article. Was there another one that you want to get to real quick?
I just wanted to show you this because it was a Polygon article, and they're long ass, so we're not going to go into this article at all. But it was talking about Rings of Power. Charlie Vickers explains Hellbrand's journey to Mordor.
Oh,
and right here where Charlie Vickers is describing, it's like I think
that's a good thing to touch on.
Yeah.
I
think when you look back to where he is at the beginning of the season, it's that he's in this period where he's rebuilding. Tolkien talks about him lingering in Middle Earth, and then very slowly he sort of regathers strength and returns to power. And I think we're seeing him in that state, that kind of repentance stage.
What?
The question is whether that repentance is genuine or a facade. It's a fucking facade, dude. Sauron has no repentance whatsoever.
None.
I think he's motivated to heal Middle Earth.
No, he is motivated to dominate Middle Earth.
Hold on, there's like something down here. Speaking of seduction, the introduction of Sauron was one of Polygon Team's most anticipated moments in Rings of Power, mostly because we knew from Tolkien's writing that he was supposed to be, to quote our resident expert, totally hot.
Who the fuck is that resident expert, and why didn't you name them?
This is a hyperlink. I just want to click on that to see where it takes me. So I may focus on Middle Earth's version of Atlantis.
What? That was a hyperlink to get you to click more. That's exactly what that was. Oh my gosh.
I'm with Trey. N-word, what?
Yeah.
But anyway.
Exactly. This is a perfect example, and actually,
here we're going into Mordor without going into the episode. Yeah, so.
So we know for a fact that Galadriel and Halbrand, while Halbrand was dying from septic shock, rode for 6 days straight to go to Eregion to get healing from elves. He then enters Galadriel's mind and has that stupid scene where he is Finrod, and then we were on the fucking raft, and he proposes marriage. Well, then all of a sudden she starts to drown. Well, that is because I guess he put her face down into the pond, and then he just leaves. He just skedaddles like I'm gone. So it took him 6 days on horseback to get from Mordor to Eregion. Well, he's not going to have a horse. He is on foot.
No. Yeah, he's on foot.
So that means that it's weeks. This is weeks after the season finale.
Yeah.
The timeline.
That's all I can do with this fucking show is this.
The timeline is fucked.
Yes, it is. I'm saying, it's all over the place. It's all over the place. But here, just briefly, real fast, because I'm kind of going to have to wrap this up a little bit since I had to create the Talk Nerdy to Us stream. Absolutely. And get topics for it. But here, okay, just Tar Palantir's death. All right, where is it? It would happen basically because there's the repentance of Tar Palantir civil war in Numenor in 3175. So put that is when that's would be taking place when our Pharazôn assumes power and things like that. Mm-hmm. But you have that happening about the time that before the Rings of Power are created, which is 1500 to 1590. In the Second Age. Then you have Sauron in 1000, choosing Mordor. It's already in fucking existence. It didn't need to be created as a land to make a stronghold.
What you've just done in 15 seconds is you've completely shattered the narrative that this is the timeline of events that you should follow.
Yeah,
you have completely shattered that. Just go straight back to the appendices in The Lord of the Rings and read the timeline. That is what you should follow. To everyone in chat, to everyone watching later on, that is what you need to follow. You need to follow the timeline that Tolkien wrote. Do not follow this timeline. No. If you try to follow this timeline, you're just gonna have a stroke.
Yeah, and Sauron reveals himself in 1600.
For 600 years, he was in Mordor.
Yeah, for 600 years, it was there was kind of an inkling that there was still evil out there, but he was in Mordor pretty much. He was, all right. Mordor existed. Galadriel did not have to go to the northernmost region to try to find him. So if you think about it, that also doesn't make any sense. And we like I said, we have to wrap this up. But because like you think, hey, you have these villages that worshipped Morgoth in the Southlands, so maybe start there. I don't know, maybe focus there, because I don't know, there might be some people that might still be worshiping Morgoth, might still be, I don't know, wanting Sauron to come back. Why are you up in like the northernmost region? And even then, she wants to go further north. I'm like, that's the point of northernmost. You are at the tip. You go any further, you're in the ocean. They don't understand geography either. Southernmost, westernmost, easternmost, northernmost. You are at the tip. You are at the most northern you could go. And she wanted to continue going north. Even though it's like literally spelled out to us in the next few scenes that Bronwyn's village used to worship Morgoth. So wouldn't you think that Galadriel would have started there and just maybe stayed there to watch and make sure he didn't try to come back? Thank you for the... But anyway, that's just my like thinking pretty much, because like nothing about this makes sense. Funny, the oceans where she found Sauron, yes, and the Sundering Seas. But anyway, so yeah, that's the article. I just thought it's really stupid.
Article.
This is where I made me roll my eyes, because
totally hot.
Yeah, totally hot. Yes, like really, like again, journalism is dead. Pretty much, it's dead. But anyway, there it is.
There it is, folks. We've talked about individual characters and why they suck. We've talked about individual plot points and why those are boring and those don't make any sense. Mm-hmm. And then we talked about the second season. So this is the last time. Well, the last time for Mara. This is the second to last time for me, because I'll be doing a review on episodes 4 to 8. But this right here, it fully fleshes out how I feel about this stupid series.
Yeah. And like I said, I'll likely be covering like articles leading up to the season 2, because they're going to be trying to spin narratives around season 2 for Rings of Power. They're going to try to be painting like again us as racist or sexist or whatever. So I'm going to be covering articles leading up to season 2, but I'm very much thankful that I can actually focus on other topics now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is my last rant for the season. So yes, no more Saturday stream, at least on my channel, other than Talk Nerdy to Us from here on out until season 2 premieres, pretty much.
Which I mean, should be 2 years away, hopefully.
Well, at this rate, like according to one of the articles I read, right now as it stands will be the second half of 2024. But because they learned stuff while filming for season 1 and so forth, they might go faster for filming season 2. So we might see it even earlier than the second half of 2024. So who knows?
All right.
I'm saying.
Well, yeah, this is as soon as I do that live stream review of episodes 4 to 8, that is going to be the last thing I talk about Rings of Power until it comes up again that it's been released. Like that is it. I am tired of covering topics that I don't enjoy. I am tired of trying to review videos and episodes that I don't enjoy. So from here on out, my channel will be devoted to reviewing TV shows, movies, and anime and other types of content like video games and books that I enjoy. It will only be positive. It will only be positive from here on out until Rings of Power season 2 comes around. So if you want to see more reviews like that are similar to this but in a positive light, you can follow me over subscribe over on Arcasul. And then also follow me on Twitch as well, because we're getting close to 300 followers. I think I'm 6 away, and if we get to 300 followers, I'm doing a 12-hour stream, and it's going to be a community stream. We're going to have lots of fun, and that way you can also keep up to date with me on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube all at the same time. And I greatly appreciate the support. Thank you, Mara, for having me on. This has been a great pleasure.
The only difference between me and Arkasul at this point, at least in terms of what we'll be covering, I will still be doing Cringe Factory, but I'm moving that to just once a month because, kind of like what Arkasul said, I'm tired of covering stuff that I don't like to cover or anything like that. So I will just limit that to once a month and using the remaining Wednesdays, the remaining 3 Wednesdays, talking about positive stuff, or at least stuff that I like to talk about, like the top 10 discussions and so forth. So for November, because I'm figuring out that schedule pretty much. So for November, the first Wednesday will be Cringe Factory. Get that over and done with. And then the following 2 Wednesdays is if you you in the chat choose to follow along with the following 2 Wednesdays in November, I will be covering Alien and Aliens. So the second Wednesday will be Alien. The third Wednesday will be Alien. So I'm talking about movies I actually enjoy. And then the last Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday, because it's right before Thanksgiving, will be the Thursday top 10 discussion. So yes, I'm trying to focus more on stuff that I actually enjoy talking about. And I will hurt you, Soul Assassin. I will hurt you. I will narrow it down right here, right now. Top 10 Rings moment stream, the credits.
the first 10 lines of the credits. There you go.
Yeah,
1 to 10 right there.
Yeah, 1 to 10 right there. But yes, I'm basically covering Alien and Alien. So if you want to, not necessarily comparing the two, because I prefer Alien, but I'm not going to say but I do enjoy both. I want to be talking about stuff I like. So if you want to talk about that as well with me and whatever guests I have on those episodes, join in the chats. That's what I'm going to be doing for November at least, and then figuring out the schedule from November on, what I'm going to do each Wednesday when I'm not talking about cringe. So there it is. All right, and tonight, in about a little less than 2 hours, we'll be talking nerdy to us, so I had to get off my butt and come up with topics to talk about for that live stream that I do with my Nerdy Home and Blabbering Collector. And then tomorrow, might be live, might not be. I might just take tomorrow off from streaming and just relax. And then the following Monday, look for videos on YouTube on this channel, Jade Shadow, and then Twitch. I have my own Twitch as well. Monday, I hope to play the campaign for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And Blake, if you're still in the chat, are you still in the chat? Dan Blackroyd, where are you? He never is in the fucking chat whenever
he's needed.
I'm going to make any announcements, and that is I will be cosplaying as Quiet while I do it. But he's never in the fucking chat. But anyway, that's the goal. I'm going to be playing that campaign, but I'll be cosplaying as Quiet while I do it. Then Tuesday will be Destiny 2. Thursday might be Destiny 2 again because the people I normally play Evil Dead the game with will be in Orlando. And then Blake is Dan Blackroyd. So Blake is always out of the chat whenever I make that announcement. And then Friday will be Apex Legends. So that's generally what I've been playing so far on Twitch, and adding more games. I'm trying to figure out adding Aliens Isolation back into the rotation.
I mean, if you do, I'm there. We can get Cowman. I'm sure we can get Cowman to make an appearance.
I think you're thinking about Aliens Fireteam Elite. Alien Isolation.
That's Fireteam Elite. That's right. Yeah. Alien Isolation is the horror game, right?
Yeah. How about this, Trey? How about this? I do want to take tomorrow off because I've been kind of not burned out, but I do need a day to relax. A week from tomorrow, because it's the day before Halloween. All right.
Oh, that'll work.
Okay. A week from tomorrow, it's the day before Halloween, so on the 30th, I'll play Alien Isolation. I'll get back into that and play that for a bit. Because it's right before Halloween. All right? But I do need to take tomorrow off at least, just because I need to kind of decompress. But anyway, so, again, thank you, Arkasul, for joining me on this rant.
No problem at all.
I'm just thankful that's over. I can, as much as I love these books, I can put them away.
Yes,
I've had them on my desk the entire time I was watching this series. I'm gonna put them away.
I think I've got 25 pages of notes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
No, I part of the reason why it took me so long to get through each episode is I would periodically have to stop and write something.
But now it's over with.
Ripley wouldn't
Done.
survive if I was a xenomorph and Mazza was Ripley. But anyway,
I would pay to watch that.
yeah, like Ripley wouldn't survive. Sorry. Ripley would be somehow Mazza playing Ripley would make Ripley munted.
Yes,
Anyway.
yes, it would. Shout out to Mazza, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Mazza. I will give him this. He does not break character.
No, he does not. No,
But anyway,
he does not.
I do kind of have to wrap it up here, so I'm sorry if I'm kind of speeding through this a little bit, just because I gotta play the outro, and then I have to go to the bathroom, and I gotta set up Talk Nerdy to Us and take my dog out and everything. So I gotta get a lot of stuff done, including get something to eat before Talk Nerdy to Us. So, but anyway, thank you all again. Thank you all again. I will try to catch your stream tomorrow, Arkansas. I can't promise anything because it's D&D tomorrow, and I'm pretty much offline. I'm pretty much offline for the afternoon. So
the VOD will definitely be there. We'll be talking as heavily about 4 to 7, but yeah, the VOD will be there.
Okay, but anyway, thank you all again. So have a good rest of your day or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and we will see you all next time. Same bat time, same bat channel. No fucking rings of power whatsoever. So, good night, everybody.
Adios.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.